It was now just a bunch of black crust, which was probably mostly the catalyst, along with a small amount of tar. This was a very good sign that pretty much all of it had been converted, and at this point, the reaction was definitely done. So I turned off all the heating and I went back over to the other flask that was filled with my beautiful yellow liquid. As I mentioned before, this was supposed to be mostly styrene, and I was pretty happy with how much I got, but considering that pure styrene is clear and colorless, this was obviously full of a bunch of other trash. I was definitely going to have to clean it up a bit, and to get started with this, I quickly poured it all into a separatory funnel. This then caused it to separate into two layers, where the bottom one, as far as I know, was mostly just water, and I'm not entirely sure where it came from. It really didn't matter though, because it was all just trash, and to get rid of it, I just quickly drained it away. This left me with some yellow liquid, which was still pretty much just as dirty as it was before, and to continue cleaning it, I poured it all into a beaker. Then into this, I started adding a bunch of white powder called sodium sulfate, and I was hoping that it would pull out any water that might have still been there. I was also hoping that this would get rid of all of the cloudiness, and when I came back to it about 20 minutes later, it was nice and crystal clear, which I was really happy to see. The only unfortunate part was that the sodium sulfate hadn't just magically taken away the yellow color, and there was obviously still a bunch of garbage in here. So I was still gonna have to clean it up a bit more, and to do this, I started by pouring it into a funnel that had some cotton at the bottom. This would block out any sodium sulfate that I might have accidentally transferred over, and everything was getting filtered directly into a fresh round bottom flask. Then, when it all eventually passed through, I got rid of the funnel, and I quickly put together pretty much the exact same setup as before. The only difference this time was that I included a thermometer, which in this case was gonna be extremely important. With everything in place, I then cranked up the heating, and within just several minutes, it had already started boiling. There was also some vapor that was quickly traveling up the column, and when it eventually made it to the condenser, I started collecting some colorless and crystal clear drops of liquid. This was really good to see because it showed me that the distillation was definitely getting rid of that nasty yellow stuff, except what was sad was that this wasn't actually styrene. It was just some random side product, and I knew this because the temperature on the thermometer was only around 40°C, and this told me that the vapor that was coming over was only barely warm. It wasn't even close to being hot enough to be styrene, which would be well over 100°C, and I was just gonna have to wait for the temperature to slowly rise. So I just sat there watching it gradually collect more and more clear liquid, and when it eventually got to around 100°C, it started to look a bit milky. It was also around this point that I started getting more and more nervous that the temperature just wouldn't stop increasing, and that somehow there wasn't actually any styrene here, and I probably worry like this during most of my distillations. However, eventually, it thankfully ended up stopping at exactly 142°C, or 288 Fahrenheit, which was extremely close to the boiling point of styrene. This told me that now, everything that was coming over was probably some nearly pure styrene, so I quickly got rid of this flask that was filled with junk, and I swapped it out for a fresh one. At the bottom of this flask, I also included a very small amount of something called 4-tert-butyl catechol, which would help stabilize the styrene and prevent it from spontaneously turning back into polystyrene. But anyway, at this point, I just had to do a bit more waiting, and over the next 30 minutes, all of the styrene slowly distilled over. During this time, I also carefully watched the temperature, and when it started to rise again, I knew that the distillation was done. So I turned off the heating and I carefully removed the flask, and what I had now was just a bunch of nice and clear liquid, and it was kind of weird to think that this used to be a bunch of styrofoam cups. With that being said though, based on just the smell and the boiling point alone, I was 99.9% sure that this was styrene, but to be 100% sure, I was gonna have to do a couple tests. These tests were also relatively quick to do, and I just had to run a small amount of it through these two little instruments that I have, where the first one does something called FTIR, and the second does something called HNMR. I then got these results, which may or may not mean absolutely nothing to you, but together they told me that this was for sure styrene, and that it was relatively pure. So now, knowing this, I was able to move on to the next step, and what I think is interesting is that even though all of this styrene just smelled like plastic and kind of gave me a headache, it was actually pretty close to being cinnamon flavor. In theory, I was really only one step away, and the only thing that I was missing was this small section here. This meant that I was, of course, going to have to somehow add it, and while it didn't look too complicated, it was going to be the most difficult part. With a simple Google search, though, I quickly found this on Wikipedia, which claimed that it was possible using something called the Vilsmeier-Hock reaction. Finding an actual procedure, unfortunately, wasn't as easy, but after searching for a while, I was thankfully able to find one in this paper, and it was even better than what I was hoping for. So I decided to just go ahead and try it out, and to get started, I went and got a fresh flask, and I added 70 mils of a solvent called dimethylformamide, or DMF for short. Then after that, I added a stir plate and a large dish filled with ice, and I dropped in a stir bar. I also turned on the stirring and added a thermometer, as well as an addition funnel and a stopper. With all of this in place, I then had to wait for the DMF to cool down, and in the meantime, I went and got another chemical called phosphorus oxychloride. This is honestly kind of a horrible chemical, and it's both really corrosive and kind of toxic, but it was exactly what I needed to make my cinnamon flavor, and I added about 37 grams to the addition funnel. I then carefully sealed the top and went to take a look at the thermometer, and it was extremely hard to see, but it showed that the DMF was now less than 10 degrees Celsius. This meant that it was good to go, and when I felt that I was ready, I carefully opened the addition funnel, and I unleashed the phosphorus oxychloride. I then did my best to adjust it so that it would get added at a slow but steady rate, and what I had to do now was just closely watch the temperature to make sure that it never went above 20°C. This is because if this happened, the reaction could potentially get out of control, and while it wouldn't just explode or something, it could cause the entire thing to boil over. What I did think was kind of interesting, though, was that it didn't really look like very much was happening, and it almost looked like I was just adding water to more water. However, in theory, the nasty phosphorus oxychloride was supposed to be reacting and combining with the DMF to make a new molecule, which is known as the Vilsmeier reagent. This was supposed to be the main active ingredient in this reaction, and in just a few minutes, it's gonna make a lot more sense why I'm making it. With that being said, when it was eventually all added, I got rid of the addition funnel, and what I had to do next was just let it stir for a bit to make sure that it had all reacted. While I was waiting though, it was the perfect time to go and get all of the styrene that I just made, and to measure out the amount that I needed. When I was first planning this reaction, I was really tempted to just risk it all and use everything, but at the same time, I knew that was a horrible idea. This is because there have been way too many times where a reaction has just totally failed on me, and considering that I'd never done this one before, I didn't really have the confidence. So in the end, I decided to go with only 27.5 mils of the styrene, which was about 1/3 of what I had, and this would give me a couple more attempts if this ended up being a complete failure. With that being said, at this point, the Vilsmeier reagent was definitely ready, and the next step was to slowly add all of the styrene. So I started by pouring in just a small amount, And at first, it really didn't look like much was happening. It really seemed like it was just going to be another step where it would feel like I was just mixing water with water, except eventually, it actually started changing color. This told me that there was definitely some sort of reaction going on, and in theory, the styrene should have been attacking the Vilsmeier reagent and forming a bond with it. This would then lead to the formation of this new intermediate, which was basically a combination of both molecules, and now it was starting to look a bit closer to cinnamaldehyde. What I also thought was interesting was that this intermediate technically had a second form that existed at the same time, and this will be important later on. But anyway, what I had to do next was make sure that everything fully reacted here, and to do that, I was gonna have to heat it up. So I just quickly pulled out all of the ice, and I replaced it with some water, and I added another thermometer. I then cranked up the heating, and as it warmed up, the color of it gradually shifted to orange, and then to something that kind of looked like some tasty cranberry juice. It was of course still just a bunch of toxic and carcinogenic chemicals though, and despite how good it looked, it would have been an absolutely horrible idea to taste it. But anyway, it eventually got to 55°, and according to the procedure, this was when it was supposed to suddenly start heating up. It also said that it could potentially heat up so much that it needed to be cooled, but for whatever reason, that didn't seem to happen. It did look like it was slowly getting darker though, which told me that more of it was definitely reacting. So I gave it about half an hour to make sure that I didn't cause some sort of disaster, and when it seemed safe, I cranked the temperature even higher. It then continued to slowly heat up, and over the next 45 minutes, it got even darker. In fact, by the time that it got to around 75°, it was nearly black, and at this point, the reaction was probably really close to being done. Just to be absolutely sure that everything had reacted though, I had to let it sit like this for another hour. When I came back to it, I was kind of surprised to see that it had gotten even darker, and now I was ready to move on to the final step of the reaction. So I just quickly took apart this entire setup and poured everything into a beaker that was surrounded by ice. This is because what I had to do now was pretty much the opposite of the previous step, and I had to cool it as much as possible. I was going to have to get it as close to 0C as I could, and while I was waiting, I also had to mix together another solution. So I went and got a beaker, and I added 340 mils of water, followed by 133.5 grams of something called anhydrous sodium acetate. I then started mixing it around to get it to dissolve, and after only a few minutes, it had pretty much all disappeared. With this ready, I was able to go back and check on the other stuff, which during this time had partially solidified. When I saw this, I was a bit concerned that this might be an issue, but at the same time, I figured that it was probably fine. It was also around 0C, which was exactly what I wanted, and I decided to just go with it. So I started by adding a very small amount of the sodium acetate solution, and almost immediately, it thankfully started loosening up. I was very happy to see this, but at the same time, it was also starting to heat up quite a bit, and I had to make sure that it stayed cool. What was supposed to be happening here, though, was pretty exciting, and all of the water that was in the solution I was adding should have been attacking the intermediate from before. More specifically, it should have been attacking this form of the intermediate, causing a portion of it to get kicked off, and leading to the formation of the final cinnamaldehyde. Also, as a side note, all of the sodium acetate that was in the solution I was adding wasn't just doing nothing, and it was there to act as something called a buffer, which would help keep the pH constant, and this was very important for this reaction. When I was eventually done adding it though, I let it stir for a bit longer, and when it looked like the color stopped changing, I pulled it out of the ice bath. I then carefully placed it into a hot water bath that I had preheated to 75C, because again, I apparently had to heat it up. However, this was thankfully going to be the last time that I had to do this, and it was just to be absolutely sure that it all reacted. This way, I'd be able to get as much of the cinnamaldehyde as possible, assuming that the reaction was actually working. When I came back to it about 15 minutes later, it looked pretty much the same, and the only difference was that it seemed to be a bit clearer. At this point though, it should have finally been done, and the only thing left to do was to put it in the fridge and to let it cool down. I then left it overnight, and in the morning, when I opened the door, I was hit almost immediately with the really nice smell of cinnamon. At the same time, I was also really excited and kind of surprised by what I saw, because on the surface, there was now what looked like a thick layer of oil. It was very possible that this was almost entirely cinnamaldehyde, and this was a really good sign. The only unfortunate part was that all of this potential cinnamaldehyde looked like it was black, and it was clearly full of a bunch of nasty junk. So even though it was kind of tempting, tasting it like this would have been an absolutely horrible idea, and I was definitely gonna have to clean it up. On the bright side, this was supposed to be a relatively straightforward process, and the first step was to pour it all into a separatory funnel. On top of this, I then dumped in 100 mils of a solvent called diethyl ether, which was immediately able to mix with the oily layer on top. I then sealed it with a stopper and carefully took it off the stand, and I started shaking it around. I was doing this to try and force the diethyl ether and the water to mix, which should help the ether pull out any cinnamaldehyde that might have been stuck in the water. When I eventually felt that I'd shaken it enough, I put it back on the stand, and over the next few minutes, it separated into two layers again. This time though, the bottom water layer was a lot clearer, which was good, and it told me that the ether had probably pulled out some cinnamaldehyde. With this in mind, I then carefully drained away all of this red water, and I took the ether oil mixture that was left in the funnel, and I poured it into a beaker. Then after that, I put all of the water back into the separatory funnel, and I added some ether, and I repeated the exact same extraction process 4 more times. I was doing this just to make sure that I got out absolutely everything, and when I was done, I was left with a beaker full of nice red liquid. Most of this was just all the ether that I had added, and only a small amount was the oil that I actually wanted, but what was important was that it was already a lot cleaner than what I had started with. The only unfortunate part was that there was for sure still a bunch of trash. In it that I was going to have to get rid of, and to get started with this, I had to pour it all back into a separatory funnel. I then dumped in 100 mils of regular water, which almost immediately turned yellow, and this told me that it was definitely pulling out a bunch of crap. In particular though, I was really hoping that it was removing any DMF, which was in the original reaction mixture, and that was for sure picked up by the ether. I also wanted to be absolutely certain that all of this DMF was gone before moving on, and the easiest way to do this was to just wash it with a huge amount of water. So I decided to repeat this same washing 5 more times, which should have been more than enough, and by the end, the water was almost colorless. This meant that it probably wasn't pulling out much of anything anymore, and I quickly drained away all of the water. I then took all of my slightly less red liquid, and I transferred it all to a flask, and I set it up for a distillation. I then cranked up the heating, and I was doing this to get rid of all of the ether, and only a few minutes later, it was already boiling. After that, it only took about 30 seconds to start collecting some crystal clear ether in the beaker, and now, I just had to wait for it all to pass over. This wasn't going to take very long though, and only about 20 minutes later, it was pretty much done. What was left in the flask was now a super dark and goopy liquid, and again, it didn't really seem like it, but this was theoretically cleaner than the oil I started with. To get pure cinnamaldehyde though, there was just a bit more cleaning to do, and I felt that the easiest way to do this was to just do another distillation. So I just carefully transferred all of it to a much smaller flask, and I quickly put together pretty much the same setup. The only slight difference this time was that instead of collecting everything in a beaker or a single flask, I was going to have to use 3 flasks, and I also had to attach a vacuum line. All of this extra stuff kind of made it look a lot more complicated, but it was still more or less the same thing, and it'll all make... This video has been sponsored by the Bismuth Smith. So a while ago, I saw a video on YouTube by Kiwami Japan. He just makes knives out of everything, from like cardboard, chocolate, sand. I think he even made one out of milk. But my favorite one that he did was where he made a knife out of bismuth, and I thought it was one of the coolest knives I'd ever seen. But then at the he melted it down again and destroyed it, and it made me really sad. So since I saw that video, I've been feeling like I want to remake the knife that I think should have never been destroyed in the first place. So I'm trying to undo an injustice. I have no knife making skills, and I've never done anything like this before. We'll see what happens. Step one is put this down, because I have no idea. Step two is get some bismuth, which I conveniently have right here. It's nice and heavy. 17.65 pounds. That makes sense. So we're gonna have to break this. And the best way to do that is with a hammer. Okay, which hammer? We got
9 years ago, James and I talked about what it was like living in our home state, Arizona. I honestly don't remember most of what we said in that video. I tried to rewatch it as a refresher and maybe a little trip down memory lane, but turns out after 5 seconds I'd rather be guillotined. No, eyes on me. You clicked on this video, you're staying on this video. No funny ideas, alright? The other day I was in a store trying to buy a plain black shirt that was locked up behind those stupid box lockers, so I had to ring an employee for a single shirt. A few minutes later, someone came by. Alright, what can I... Oh my gosh. Are you Jaden Animations? Yeah. No way. I love your videos. Can I get a photo? Yeah. Thanks so much. Nom nom nom. didn't expect to see you here. Are you visiting? Oh, no, I mean blinkers. You know, the very helpful and necessary. On me, there is a giant portion of my audience who will not get updated on some parts of my life if I don't explicitly say it in one of my animations. Also, the guy left without unlocking the box, so I had to wait another 5 minutes for him to come back and get the shirt. So yeah, to anyone who didn't get the memo, I've been in California for the past 6.5 years, specifically Los Angeles. I honestly can't believe it's been that long already, because that means for the past 6.5 years, I've been doing nothing but complaining about it the entire time. I believe in the compliment sandwich system, though. Not everything about moving to California has been bad. For example, the weather is...
This is it. This is where all the butter.
Great. It's always sunny, which, you know, Arizona is too, but like, in a bad way. California doesn't hit the casual 118 everything outside melts and dies degrees like back home. It's vacation weather all the time. I like that part. The drivers here are assholes. Arizona isn't all sunshine and rainbows in the driving department either. When I was learning to drive as a teenager, my mom told me to never honk at people no matter what because there's a chance they'll just shoot me. But because of the sheer volume of people on California roads all the time, it is a completely different beast. And every single one of them is driving to go kick babies because they hate their fellow man. Compassion does not exist on the California freeway. And by that, I mean blinkers. You know, the very helpful and necessary communication tool that tells people you'd kindly like to move into the lane. It's a sign of weakness here. If you even think about turning your blinker on, every single car in your vicinity will speed up and refuse to let you merge because they cannot handle the idea of a different car being in front of them. How can they get to their destination faster if a car that was in front of them in a different lane suddenly shifts to the side 12 feet? People will go out of their way to merge into the lane just to speed past you and spit on your windshield. When I turn my blinker on, which I still do because I refuse to let this barbaric driving culture corrupt me, a car will speed up and then merge in. Front of me. If you need to be in my lane and I need to be in yours, we literally same speeds and shift. It's simple. There's no point in you blocking my merge just to merge into my lane anyway. Oh my god, it pisses me off so much. They do it all the time. If I had no money and got $1 every single time someone took advantage of my blinker, I'd have enough money to move out of this godforsaken state. One time I turned my blinker on, checked my blind spot, and in the amount of time it took for me to look back at the road and start merging, a car way behind me had sped up so fast that my car's auto detection had to cut my merge off so I wouldn't hit them. And then that car honked at me! I will kill us both. Alright, the drivers suck, but at least I'm only going a few miles. Not only am I forced to drive alongside these bozos, I'm forced to drive alongside them for way longer than I should need to. The traffic is so genuinely bad, I daydream of becoming a better sprinter to arrive at places quicker because it is genuinely not far from the realm of realism. Either that or get one of those monster snowplow attachments. I mean, seriously, 10 miles? I should not be in the car longer than 20 minutes. Everyone here loves driving 30 over the speed limit anyway. I don't even know what the holdup is. Also, a little tip. If you wanted to find a place to park when you get to your destination, you shouldn't even be driving in the first place. Parking doesn't exist here, it's a myth and a lie. 95% of all locations have 0 parking lots. There's never street parking, and if you happen to be a lucky enough soul to find a spot, you can't slow down to parallel park into it because people are either gonna yell at you for clogging the lane or ram into your bumper. It's just an evil trick. So your only choice is to find a parking garage that costs like $20. One time, my friends and I drove to a one-piece live symphony at the Dolby Theater and decided to park in its parking garage. Oh, what an obvious mistake. Do you want to know how long it took us to get out of that garage after the show when everyone was leaving? 2.5 hours! We parked in the designated parking garage for a show and paid 2.5 hours of our life on top of real life money. So what if you don't have a car? Then you don't have to deal with any of this, right? Well, you can't walk anywhere. What do you think this is? Any other country? You could get a bike or a motorcycle, but again, with the quality of drivers around, you might as well play Russian roulette every time the wheels touch asphalt. Maybe with the right setup and some expendable funds, you could just get around with rideshare apps. But man, getting an Uber is so expensive out here. It might as well be considered a luxury in itself. If you're taking an Uber either to or from the LAX airport, I guarantee it'll cost at least $100. And the drivers don't get like any of that, by the way. Once I had a driver complain to me about the ride rates the whole trip, which was not asked for to begin with. He said he had a client once trying to go to LAX and they were being charged $100. Like I said, but the driver was only gonna get $30 from the trip. So he offered to charge $80 cash for them to do it outside the app. as a win-win. Don't ever take this type of offer, kids. That was incredibly dangerous. But that's just where the landscape of Uber is here. Also, fun little tip, never tell any drivers the place you're going to or from is your actual home. This is for everywhere, not just California. Sure, if they ask, it's normally small talk, but when it's not, you're in danger. Yikes. Now that guy won't leave your driveway, and the police say they can't do anything because he hasn't actually committed a crime yet. Just lie and say it's a friend's place or something. It's not worth the gamble, and lying to strangers is fun. That was a free survival hint from your friendly neighborhood YouTuber. Put that one in the back of your pockets. Speaking of LAX, because I brought it up earlier, that place is actual hell on earth. If someone gets sent there after death, I would consider it a viable punishment for being a bad person. But innocent people are forced to be subjected to it every single day, and it's inhumane. You have every single asshole with a plane ticket in the entire city and beyond enter through the same stupid entrance, forced to drive through the same loop bumper to bumper until they get to their specific gate. No branching paths, no attempts to categorize the types of arrivals, just a single slaughterhouse line like cattle. But in normal slaughterhouse lines, the cattle don't hate each other. I was talking about bad merging before. It is legitimately survival of the fittest in the LAX horseshoe. Absolutely no one will let you merge lanes ever unless you threaten to fist fight them right there on the concrete. One time I sat with my blinker on in traffic that was not moving for 15 minutes straight, and a dude still refused to let start merging once cars started inching forward. I had to sit there making direct eye contact with him until he was uncomfortable enough to let me get in front of him. It is personal. I am not the same person when I'm in the LAX horseshoe. None of us are. Some dudes in the 1960s decided they wanted everyone that ever planned to visit LA to suffer instantly when they got here. And they simply got away with it. I've spent so much time talking about traffic and the airport, I haven't even talked about living in LA yet. Well, that part sucks too! Everything is so absurdly expensive here, it's almost comedic. Almost. Maybe raise the prices of food like $10 more and I'll start to chuckle. Now a burrito's like $40. I haven't even had food out here that's blown my mind. Sure, it's not bad, but when eating out can get this expensive, I expect something more to write home about. There are some really fancy restaurants around, but I shouldn't have to spend even more money to eat a meal that makes me go, wow, I will remember this. It's become a common pastime for some people to pull up Zillow and look at all the really crazy expensive multi-million-dollar mansions, fantasizing about what they would do if they were to live in the craziest of homes. But the equivalent of that for me and my friends here is to look at normal homes that are just not in California. Oh, look at that one! 3-bed, 2-bath for like $2,500 a month. That's insane. Here, the same thing can go upwards of $7,000. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm very lucky. And fortunate enough to not have to worry about finances as much. I can afford to live in a more expensive place here. It's not gonna break my bank. But at the same time, I'd like to still be relatively smart with money. Sure, I tend to splurge on plushies and trinkets. Haha, Jane's buying another Miku figure. But outside of that stuff, I'm really not spending money on anything else. I'm not into luxury cars or clothes or any of that type of culture. It's trinkets, plushes, and admittedly a little too much DoorDash. But I have a job that I can perform literally anywhere in the entire world. And I'm sitting here wasting extra costs on living in one of the most expensive cities in America. It feels bad. And I don't know if you picked up on it yet, but I don't even really like it here all that much. So why? Why do I choose to burn extra money just to exist in LA? The single reason is all of my friends are here, and I'd happily shovel extra funds into a giant furnace to be near them because that's what makes a place feel like a true home. But all of my friends are also content creators that can work anywhere too, and if we all just banded together and decided to move somewhere else, that would sure be swell. try and figure out an entirely new place to move a giant friend group of people. So we've essentially soft locked ourselves here until we can all agree it's time to get out of here. I'll give LA some credit. The main thing that makes it great is the fact that everything is always happening here. There's always some sort of fun event going on. Concerts, tours, random pop-ups. I went to a live screening of the season 2 finale of Severance where the cast got to talk about it afterwards, and that was one of the coolest experiences of my life so far. You name it, it is happening in California. Truly, you will never be bored here if you're always looking for something to do, and I recognize that is incredibly valuable. But at the same time, it means there's always tourists visiting, and Los Angeles is a very disgusting city for tourists to visit. It smells like pee all the time. The tourist trap areas are so trashy. There's constant crowds everywhere you go. When it rains, the pee smells even worse. Every once in a while, I need to go into the city for some reason or another, and those are bad days. Also, if you want to see all these cool things, you don't have to live in California to begin with. In fact, living here only desensitizes me to all the awesome stuff constantly around. Back when I first moved, I was really close to Disneyland, and for the entire 2 years I spent over there, I only went to the alleged happiest place on earth a single time because of a friend's birthday. That's more of a personal experience though. I know plenty of people who have yearly passes to Disney or Universal who go to them all the time. But for me, I always just think, I can go there anytime, so maybe later. And then later is multiple years. I consider it a privilege to be able to live in LA. It's expensive. A lot of people dream of coming here and making it big. And if you can afford it, you can definitely live luxuriously. But I am just really not built for all that. I grew up in a tiny desert town with like no people in it and prefer to be holed up in my house 90% of the time watching YouTube until my brain is mush. However, as much as I want to uproot everything again to live somewhere else less expensive and more compatible with my preferred lifestyle, I do think LA is a good place for me to be right now. Both the YouTube and animation industry are here. I don't need to travel for most of the events I get invited to, and content creators are always visiting for something or another, so I get to meet a lot of fellow creator friends. I can't say anywhere else in the world can offer all these benefits that specifically apply to me right now, and it's also just a lot of fun. I might not exactly like it, but LA is my home for at least the next few few years, and I do get to have a lot of fun here with my friends. It's a toxic relationship, I suppose, but I'm sure in a decade when I'm somewhere else and reminiscing on the past, I'll have very fond memories of it all. So I can complain all I want while I'm here, but deep down, I know California has been such a huge part of the most defining years of my life, and I'll hold a very special place for it in my heart for a long time. LAX and the drivers are just excluded from it, though. I'll hate those parts forever. I posted a little video, but if you missed it, we're selling Tostada merch for the first time ever because everyone begged and pleaded for it. Please go check it all out.
This video has been sponsored by Audible. In general, I've always liked weird chemical transformations, and over the years, I think I've done a few good ones. Like turning my pee into an artificial sweetener and tasting it, and turning toilet paper into drinkable alcohol. Something that I've always wanted to do, though, was turn plastic gloves into grape soda. At first, this might seem a bit ridiculous, but like all of my other transformations, it's possible because the chemical world is often weirdly connected. In this case, there happens to be a chemical in plastic gloves, specifically vinyl ones, that's distantly related to fake grape flavor. It's not found in every vinyl glove, but a lot of them contain something called the phthalate ester. It's included to make the vinyl more durable, soft, and malleable, and this is chemically what it looks like. This, on the other hand, is one of the most commonly used fake grape flavors called methylantranolate. Considering that one just smells like plastic and the other is supposed to smell and taste like fruit, they're shockingly similar. There are at least a few main differences, but the core of them is almost the same. They share this ring and this small portion here, and in theory, it should be possible to convert one into the other. So basically, my goal was to pull the phthalate ester out of some vinyl gloves, turn it into grape flavor using some chemistry magic, and then use that to make some grape soda. It unfortunately wouldn't be super easy though, and it would take at least 5 major steps. Also, just like all my other transformations, I had no idea if it would actually work. But anyway, to get things started, I first had to find some vinyl gloves that had the phthalate ester in them. Over the years though, they've become a lot rarer because phthalates have been associated with some negative health effects. A lot of companies have replaced them with safer or greener alternatives, and these wouldn't work at all. I was only able to find one company called Adena that for sure had the phthalate in it. So I ordered a box of it, and it arrived a couple weeks later. I then cracked it open, and I pulled out 20 gloves. The next thing to do was to cut them up into a bunch of small pieces, which kind of ended up being a huge pain. It turned out that cutting 20 gloves at the same time with a pair of scissors was a lot more annoying than I thought. When I was eventually done though, I put the beaker onto a hot plate and I added isopropyl alcohol until it was completely covered. I then pushed down some of the pieces and I put a bowl filled with ice on top of it. After that, I turned on the hot plate and I brought it all to a boil. What I was doing here was using the alcohol to dissolve the phthalate ester and to pull it out of the glove. The phthalate ester actually represents a huge portion of the glove, and it's apparently around 41% of it. The rest of it is mostly just vinyl plastic, which is insoluble, and that just gets left behind. I let it boil like this for an hour, and then I poured it all through a funnel plugged with some cotton. This was done to get rid of all the glove pieces, which I didn't need anymore. At this point, everything that I wanted should have been in the alcohol. After this, I put it back on the hot plate, dropped in a stir bar, and brought it back to a boil. The goal now was to concentrate it by getting rid of about half of the alcohol. So this time, I didn't include the bowl on top to condense the vapors, and I left the beaker completely open. When it was done, I pulled it off the plate, and I let it cool down. When I came back to it, something had separated out, and there was a film at the bottom. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but it was either a bit of vinyl plastic or some of the other additives that were in the glove. To clean it up, I filtered it again, and I drained everything directly into a large flask. After this, I got out a beaker, and I added 25 grams of sodium hydroxide drain cleaner to 300 mils of water, and I stirred it until it all dissolved. I then poured all of this into the flask with my alcohol, and it kind of separated into 2 layers. The top yellowish one was the alcohol mixed with the phthalate ester, and the bottom one was the solution that I just added. I then set it up for a reflux by adding a heating mantle and a condenser column. When it all looked good to go, I started the stirring, and I cranked up the heating. As it warmed up, it got less and less cloudy, and by the time it was boiling, it had completely cleared up. Now what I had to do was keep it boiling for 2 hours. What I was doing here was splitting apart the phthalate ester, which was called diisononyl phthalate, or DINP for short. The sodium hydroxide was attacking it and breaking it into sodium phthalate and isononyl alcohol. The sodium phthalate was the part that I specifically needed for this project, and the isononyl alcohol was technically just a side product. When it was done, I turned off the stirring, and I took away the heating mantle. I let it cool down a bit for around 20 minutes, and then I poured it all into a separatory funnel. I waited a few minutes for the layers to separate, and then I drained the bottom layer into a beaker. This bottom layer was mostly water, and it contained the sodium phthalate. The upper one was a mixture of the isopropyl alcohol and the isononyl alcohol, and I poured it all into a separate container. I mentioned before that the isononyl alcohol was just a side product in this project, but just by chance, it happened to be something that I needed. I have no idea when I'll actually get around to using it, but in a future video, I will probably use it to make some synthetic hot sauce. Now, to this cloudy solution, I added 50 milliliters of concentrated hydrochloric acid. The first thing that this was doing was just reacting with leftover sodium hydroxide drain cleaner, and it generated a lot of heat. It was also reacting with the sodium phthalate though, and turning it into phthalic acid. After a few minutes, I tested the pH, and it was around a 4, which was barely acidic. It had to be much more acidic and closer to something like 1, so I added some more hydrochloric acid. This time when I stirred it, it started getting really cloudy, and this was all phthalic acid that was separating out. I again tested the pH, and it was now about 1, which was perfect. The mixture that I had here was still quite hot, and to get out as much phthalic acid as possible, I had to cool it down. To do this, I just put it in the fridge, and I left it overnight. The next day, it looked like there was a bit more, and I used a vacuum filter to get rid of all the water. I also washed it a few times with some fresh water, and I eventually had some relatively clean phthalic acid. Now, the next thing that I had to do was convert all of this into something called phthalic anhydride. To do that, I just dumped it all into a big beaker, and I turned on the hot plate. As it warmed up, it started giving off water vapor because the crystals were still a bit wet. I then stirred it until it looked like all the steam was gone, and I quickly put a flask on top of it. At first, it looked like it was just fogging up again. However, it was also forming some fluffy white crystals. This was all phthalic anhydride, and this was basically the entire reaction. The high temperature was splitting apart the phthalic acid and turning it into the phthalic anhydride and water. Normally, phthalic anhydride is a solid, but because of the high temperature, it was getting vaporized as it was formed. This vapor then rose to the top and started depositing itself on the flask and the colder part of the beaker. What I had to do now was wait until a decent amount had formed and then harvest it. However, I had to let it cool down first, because if I took the flask off while it was still hot, it would shoot out a bunch of the phthalic anhydride. After sitting there for a couple minutes though, it usually wasn't angry anymore, and I could open it up and scoop out all the crystals. It initially looked like there was quite a bit, but it was all just super fluffy. I moved it around until it kind of looked like a cotton ball, and then I was able to lift it out. I then put it back on the heat, and I again waited for more crystals to form. Now what I had to do was keep repeating this cycle until all of the phthalic acid had been converted. At first, I was having a lot of fun harvesting these puffballs, and I naively thought that it wouldn't take very long. However, I slowly realized how wrong I was when I was still doing the same thing over an hour and a half later. It turned out that because it was so fluffy, it just looked like I was making a lot. In reality, each run barely gave me anything, and it started feeling like it was a never-ending process. Eventually though, about 3.5 hours later, it stopped making any crystals, and the pain was finally over. In total, I ended up getting 11.5 grams of really pure and fluffy phthalic anhydride. So far, everything was going really well, but I was starting to get a bit worried. 11.5 grams was a decent amount of phthalic anhydride, but the rest of the process was really inefficient. I would lose a lot of product with every step, and I might not have much of anything by the time that I got to the grape flavor. So last minute, I decided to process the other 80 gloves that were still in the box. Ideally, I would have done this in one shot on a much larger scale, but unfortunately, I didn't have the equipment for it. So, I just did 4 runs of the same thing, all at the same time. The first extraction part wasn't too bad, and it felt like I was running a little factory. The phthalic anhydride part, though, was really painful, and it took another 3.5 hours. It was actually even worse than before, because this time I had to keep cycling between four of them, and I wasn't.
No, get down.
Anyways, how are you today? I'm Macy. How to know if a site factory is capable is to check their machinery. LC site has laser cutting machine for acrylic and steel, CNC machine for detailing, processing, and a professional polishing assembling line. The work we done is top tier. For your franchise project, come to.
Say it.
Give me a gapple.
Can we make an enchantment table?
What was custom binding again? Oh, right, yeah. Wait. Yo, Jenna,
Yo, what's up?
have a look at this item, bro.
What? What?
Yo, baby, are you at home right now?
Yeah.
Bro. I made a shower downstairs. Have a look.
What? You get a shower?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Why is that? What is that? Why is my screen weird? Why is my screen weird? Guys? No! There's something on my face! Why is that a bondage hat? Just say it.
Give me a gapple.
Can we make an enchantment table?
What was custom binding again? Oh, right, yeah. Wait. Yo, Jenna,
Yo, what's up?
have a look at this item, bro.
What? What?
Yo, baby, are you at home right now?
Yeah.
Bro.
Beat Crusher.
What a beat crusher does is reduce the quality of sound, playing it as if it had a worse or a bad sample rate.
Perfect.
For reference, here's the FL Studio startup sound at different rates. It's fantastic for recreating that Wii remote speaker sound. But it can also be actually useful, as a little spice. Check out this pad.
Alan's Light Beat Crusher.
It has some flavor. It can also really mask bad recording. Check out this acoustic guitar. It was too far from the mic. The beat crusher can make it seem like the lo-fi was on purpose. The one I'm using here is Kilowatt's Beat Crusher. It's free and very easy to use. Just drag it down here to your desired downsampling. Or automate it by tweaking it and then going here. Tools, last tweaked, create automation clip. Maybe you don't want to go full 8-bit, but sometimes for a cool effect, or recreate some nostalgic elements. You see, it can really have different impact on different sounds. Experiment with it. Even the tiniest sound can have a huge impact. So many great songs have those small details that we remember.
Beat Crusher.
What a beat crusher does is reduce the quality of sound, playing it as if it had a worse or a bad sample rate.
Perfect.
For
One more hit. Yeah, babe. I got skin. Thanks.
This video has been sponsored by Brilliant. Sometime last year was the first time that I heard about uranium glass, and I thought that it was some marketing thing or something, but it's actually real. I mean, it's not glass made entirely out of uranium, but it is glass with uranium in it. This got me really interested in it, and I decided to buy some, and I got this cup of it off eBay. Pure uranium glass is normally yellow, but this one is green, and I think it's because they put some iron into it. Regardless of that though, that's not really what makes uranium glass special, and it's what it looks like under a black light. The uranium in it fluoresces, and it makes this really nice green color. The actual amount of uranium in it though is quite small, so the glass itself is only minorly radioactive. General glassware and cups like this were super popular in the late 1800s and the early 1900s. However, during World War II, the government started confiscating all the uranium and diverting it to nuclear research. This kind of killed the entire industry for uranium glass until the late 50s, when some restrictions on uranium were lifted. A few companies started making it again, but at that point, the health effects of radiation were a lot more well known. And also, after the nuclear bombs, the public perception of uranium wasn't exactly great. Nowadays, there are apparently still a few companies that make it, but I wasn't able to find any of it for sale. As far as I know, if you want to get some uranium glass, you really can only buy the old stuff. I found this all really interesting, and I've been wanting to work with uranium for a while, so I decided to make some uranium glass. My original plan was to buy some uranium ore and then refine it and use that purified uranium to put into some glass. However, I learned from Cody over at Cody's lab that the government doesn't really like it when you show how to refine uranium on the internet. Instead, I had to start with an already purified source, and I was able to find some depleted uranium. This means that it's missing the isotope to do things like generate nuclear power or make nuclear weapons. However, it's still good for making glass. Uranyl nitrate is the nitrate salt of uranium, and when it's pure, it can form these nice yellow crystals. Besides just kind of looking pretty though, it seems relatively mundane, and that's something that I've always found interesting about radiation. As this uranyl nitrate just sits there, it's shooting off thousands of extremely small particles, but they're way too small to see or to feel. So, there's no way to naturally perceive that it's there, and this was one of the biggest reasons why it took so long to discover radiation. To know that it's there, it has to be detected using some sort of instrument or setup, and over the years, many different methods have been developed. Nowadays, one of the easiest ways is to just use a Geiger counter, but before starting this project, I didn't have one. However, when working with something radioactive like uranium, it's pretty much absolutely necessary. So I looked around online, and I ended up getting this one off Amazon, which wasn't very expensive, but it was supposed to be decent. I turned it on and I let it stabilize for a minute, and I saw that the natural background radiation was about 15 CPM. CPM stands for counts per minute, and it's a reading of how many radioactive particles it detects over a minute. Radiation exists everywhere in the environment, and you're always being bombarded by it naturally, and this reading of 15 CPM is actually quite low. Now, it was time to test it with the uranium, so I just put it next to it. There was clearly an effect, and this Geiger counter was going to be more than usable for this project, but it unfortunately wasn't going to be super accurate. This was because most of the radiation that's let off by uranium is in the form of something called alpha particles, and this counter's not even able to detect them. It's only able to pick up the beta and the gamma rays that it's letting off, which are significantly less than the alpha. Despite this though, it's still going to be really useful because Because I don't actually need a super accurate reading, I just have to know whether or not it's there. Now, before getting started, I just wanted to try one other thing. Uranyl nitrate was supposed to be fluorescent under UV, so I put some on a dish, turned off the lights, and shot it with my black light. And well, it was definitely fluorescent. This made me think that maybe, to make the uranium glass, I could just directly throw the uranyl nitrate into some molten glass. However, when I looked it up, it didn't seem like that was the case. I mean, I could barely find anything about making uranium glass in general, but out of all the info that I did find, it always mentioned using something called sodium diuranate. Based on this, and considering the fact that I'd never made uranium glass before, I figured that it was probably best for me to use that as well. Now though, this meant that the project was going to be a bit more fun because I'd have to do some uranium chemistry to convert the uranyl nitrate into the sodium diuranate. To get this started, I had to add the uranyl nitrate to a beaker, and normally, I would have just quickly weighed it out on some paper and then dumped it in. However, this time, I was working with a uranium compound, so I had to be a lot more careful. This is because the dust that it can let off is not only radioactive, it's also toxic, and it can lead to heavy metal poisoning. So, to be as safe as possible, I carefully weighed everything directly in the beaker, and in total, I used about 15 grams. Then on top of this, I dropped in a magnetic stir bar, and I poured in some water, which should have been enough to dissolve all of the uranyl nitrate. I turned on the stirring, and I waited for it all to disappear, but unfortunately, it ended up staying a little bit cloudy. I tried adding some more water just in case there wasn't enough, but it didn't seem to do very much. This was unfortunate because it now meant that I had to clean things up a bit, and I didn't really want to have to work with a solution of uranium. Thankfully, however, cleaning it up wasn't exactly going to be super difficult, and I just had to do a quick filtration. I did this by passing it through some cotton and some sea light, which is kind of like superfine sand. The stuff that initially passes through tends to still be a bit cloudy, so I let it run for a bit, and then I swapped it out for a new beaker and put the other stuff through it again. After this, it was perfectly nice and clear, but there was still a bunch of uranium solution all over the funnel. and in the cotton and sea light, so I washed it out with a bit of water. When all the water had eventually passed through, I took away the funnel, and the solution was pretty much good to go. Now, to convert this to the sodium diurenate, I had to react it with something called sodium hydroxide. This is also known as lye, and it's often sold as drain cleaner, and that's where I get all mine from. For this reaction, it also all had to be dissolved into water, but the exact concentration of it didn't really matter. I figured that something around 30% by weight would probably be good, so I measured out about 70 mils of water and dumped in roughly 30 grams. It all dissolves relatively easily into water, but it also generates a lot of heat, so in the end, the solution is usually pretty hot. However, I wanted it to be closer to room temperature or maybe just slightly warm, so I put it in the fridge to cool it down. When I felt that it was good,
Big mysteries such as why do we dream, how did the universe begin, and what are black holes made of do not concern me in this video, because these bigger questions always take up the spotlight, while in my opinion equally important and equally unexplainable but lower stakes mysteries, like why does a tomato have more genes than a human, don't get enough attention. So today we talk about the simple everyday things that science has no answer to, kind of mundane mysteries that concern me personally, and the fact that they still have no answers disturbs. And unsettles me. Let's start with this. Granular convection, but its friends call it the Brazil nut effect. Here's what it describes. You have a granular material that contains a mixture of variously sized objects. When you shake it, the largest irregularly shaped object will end up on the surface. That's why the Brazil nut in your trail mix always winds up on top, and that's also how physics ruins breakfast every time, because you shook your bag of shitty off-brand mystery flakes, and the bowl you poured yourself only has like 3 raisins. Oh wait, 4. No, never mind, that was just the bug giving birth. It's kind of counterintuitive because you'd expect the bigger stuff to sink, but then again, smaller objects fit through the cracks easier. But you know, it's not just the size of the wave, fellas. It's also the motion of the ocean. By motion, I mean shaking, and by ocean, I mean the second law of thermodynamics. Because when you shake the mix, you introduce energy, causing the particles in the container of mixed nuts to redistribute and settle into a lower energy state. This moves the center of mass down, which moves the smaller nuts
This video has been sponsored by Micro Center. About a year ago, I turned plastic gloves into grape soda, and now I want to try turning them into hot sauce. This is something I've been wanting to do almost since this channel started, and in theory, it should be possible. This is because plastic gloves, specifically vinyl ones, can sometimes contain a chemical called DINP. It's used to make the gloves more durable, softer, and malleable, but I don't really care about any of that. All I care about is that it looks vaguely similar to this, which is a naturally occurring chemical that gives chili peppers their spiciness. These long tails in particular are almost exactly the same, and they were what I was most interested in. This was because I felt that it was possible to pluck them off the DINP and to then use them as a starting point to build the spicy molecule. Based on this, in my opinion, the general idea that it came up with was relatively simple. I first had to find some gloves that contained DINP. I could then extract it and turn it into pure spiciness, and then I could use that to make some hot sauce. The only issue was that this would be by far the biggest project I'd ever attempted. I also wasn't exactly sure how to do it, or if it would actually work, and there was a decent chance that it would be a total failure. But anyway, to get started, we first have to go back to when I turned plastic gloves into grape soda. This is because this hot sauce project actually kind of started at the exact same time. So now, this was almost 2 years ago, and I was about to start making my grape soda. I had a nice box of plastic gloves, and I started by pulling out about 20 of them. For this project, the gloves that I used were also vinyl, and I chopped them into smaller pieces. When I was done, I put it on a hot plate, and I added just enough rubbing alcohol to cover them. On top of this, I put a bowl filled with cold water, and I turned on the hot plate. After that, I waited for the alcohol to start boiling, and I was doing this to extract something called a phthalate. And the reason that I wanted the phthalate was because it was very close to the main chemical that gives grape Kool-Aid its flavor. There were many types of phthalates though, and I really didn't care which one I had because it really didn't matter. It could have been any of the several that were commonly used in vinyl gloves, like DEHP, DBP, or DNOP. Just by complete chance though, these were the only gloves that I could find, and they contained diisononyl phthalate, or DINP for short. After about an hour, it was ready, and all of the DINP should have dissolved into the alcohol. What I had to do next was get rid of all the leftover plastic, so I poured it into a funnel that was plugged with some cotton. When this was done, I was left with a solution of DINP, and I concentrated it by evaporating off half the alcohol. This ended up taking about an hour, but what I was left with was still a bit cloudy, so I had to filter it again. I did the exact same thing where I just poured it through some cotton, and when it was eventually done, it was looking a lot cleaner. What I had now was a nice and clear solution of DINP, and what I did next was add a concentrated solution of sodium hydroxide drain cleaner. This started reacting almost immediately with the DINP, and it was slicing off its tails. Now on their own, the tails were becoming something called isononanol, and the rest of the molecule was turning into sodium phthalate. To fully complete the reaction, though, I had to boil it for a while, and when it was done, I poured it all into a separatory funnel. This quickly separated into 2 layers, and for the grape project, I wanted the bottom one because it contained all of the sodium phthalate. So I drained it all out into a beaker, and I continued on with that mission. Left behind, though, was a bunch of yellow liquid, which was mostly rubbing alcohol. However, it also contained all of the isononanol tails, And this was where my hot sauce adventure began. Or, I mean, where it technically began, because I didn't actually end up touching any of this for over a year. This is mostly because it took me that long to get the courage to attempt this project. One day, though, I randomly decided that I was ready to commit to it, and I just got started. The first thing that I had to do was find all of that yellow juice that I'd made, which was actually 5 jars, and not just one. This was because I ended up needing a lot more sodium phthalate for the grape flavor, and I had to repeat the same extraction 4 more times on a total of 100 gloves. But either way, all this meant was that I now had a bunch more of it, and what I had to do next was pull out all of the isononanol that was in here. Then, once I had it isolated, I could start building it into my spicy molecule called nor-dihydrocapsaicin. But with that being said, to get the isononanol, it was relatively simple, and I was just going to have to distill it. So, to get started, I poured everything into a large flask. After that, I dropped in a stir bar, and above the flask, I added a short path condenser and a thermometer. I then attached some water lines to cool the condenser, and I also added a heating mantle. The beaker was there to collect everything that distilled over, and when I felt that I was ready, I turned on the heating. It wasn't too long before hot vapor started climbing out of the flask, and it eventually made it to the condenser. This was turning it from a vapor back into a liquid, and it started dripping into the beaker. What I was collecting here was the isopropyl rubbing alcohol that I had originally used to extract the DINP. The goal here was to distill over all of it, and left behind should have been just the isononanol. So, I was just going to have to wait for it all to make it over, and unfortunately, it was going to take a while. It ended up taking even longer than I expected, and it took 4 hours to collect about 800 mils. I then swapped it out for a new beaker, and I continued waiting. It was only after another 2 hours that it was finally looking like it was close to being done. However, I then saw something that I didn't like. The liquid that was coming over had become cloudy, and this meant that there was water in it. And this was a problem, because there was still way too much liquid in the flask. This told me that most of it was just water, and I had to stop the distillation. I then had to wait for it to cool down, and when it was only slightly warm, I poured it all into a separatory funnel. The stuff that I had now looked a lot thicker and goopier than before, and by the time I was done adding it, I could already see some water separating out. I then let it sit there for about half an hour, and I waited for it to fully separate. When it eventually looked like it was done, I opened the valve, and I drained it all out. Left in the funnel should have been mostly isononanol, and I poured all of it back into a flask. It was all still really dirty and orange though, and I was gonna have to clean it up. To do this, I'd have to do another distillation, and I put together almost the exact same setup as before. I then waited, and over the next 15 minutes, it eventually started boiling. Then not too long after this, something started coming over, and it was just water. The temperature then slowly started rising, and I started collecting some other weird oily junk. Eventually, though, the temperature stopped rising when it got to 205 C, and this was the boiling point of isononanol. The fact that it stopped here was a nice confirmation that I did in fact have isononanol, and I swapped out the beaker. What was coming over now looked really nice and clean, and I kept collecting it until it got to 208 C. At this point, the distillation was done, and I now had a bunch of fresh isononanol. In total, it was about 97 grams, and it was almost exactly how much I was hoping to get. It was also way more than I needed, which was nice, because it meant that I could screw up a lot and still be okay. But anyway, with that being said, I could finally start trying to build my spicy molecule, and the first step was to convert this isononanol into isononanoic acid. I wasn't exactly sure how to do this, but the first idea that I came up with was to use something called potassium permanganate. This was because I had already used it a few years ago to do a very similar reaction. I turned butanol into butanoic acid, which smells like vomit, and I figured I could just almost do the same thing. However, long story short, it didn't work at all. I tried many times, but it was always a complete and utter failure. So I was going to have to come up with another way, and I started thinking that something called Jones reagent might work. It was also pretty much the only other option that I had, and I decided to try it out. To get started, the first step was to make the Jones reagent, and I added 22 mils of water to a beaker. I then added 15.4 grams of chromium trioxide, and I stirred it until it all dissolved. When it was all gone, I moved it to an ice bath, and I waited for it to get nice and cold. When it eventually got to around 5°C, I started adding concentrated sulfuric acid. Every time it was added, though, it generated a lot of heat, and I had to do it in small portions. I also had to keep the temperature below 10°C, and it took about an hour to add everything. When it was finally done, I poured in some ice-cold water, and at this point, the Jones reagent was ready. I didn't need it right at this moment, though, so I just let it chill here for a bit. I then went and got another beaker, and into this, I added 350 mils of acetone. This was going to be the solvent for the reaction, and for now, the only other thing that I had to add was 5 grams of my fresh isononanol. I then turned on the stirring, and when it had all dissolved, I moved it to an ice bath, and I added a thermometer. I was also going to have to wait for this to cool down, and I left it here for about half an hour. When I came back to it, the temperature was around 5°C, and what I had to do next was start adding the Jones reagent. After it was added, it slowly changed color, and this was because the chromium in the Jones reagent was getting reduced. This was a very good sign that it was reacting with the isononanol, and hopefully, it was turning it into the isononanoic acid. The goal here was to eventually add all of the Jones reagent, but I had to do it really slowly. This was because every time that I added it, the temperature would increase, and to prevent side products, I had to keep it below 5°C. So I just kept adding it slowly and carefully, and at some point it stopped changing colors and kind of just stayed a brownish orange. This was happening because the Jones reagent was starting to build up, and this told me that most of the isononanol had probably reacted. In total, it took about 3 hours to add everything, and now I had to just let it stir for a while. About 2 hours later, it looked almost the same, and at this point, it should have been done. What I had to do next was destroy all of that extra Jones reagent, and this was thankfully pretty simple. All I had to do was add some isopropyl rubbing alcohol. This would quickly react with it and turn into acetone, which was the same as the reaction solvent. At first, I was adding it only a bit at a time because I didn't want to add too much. I eventually kind of gave up though, and I just dumped in a whole bunch. This quickly caused the color to change to a really nice blue. I then let it stir like this for about 30 minutes to really make sure that all of the Jones reagent was destroyed. When I came back to it, it looked pretty much the same, and the next thing I had to do was filter it. To do this, I poured it into a funnel with cotton and sea light, and I waited for it to slowly pass through. This actually ended up going somewhat quickly, and I was eventually left with a nice and clear solution. Left in the funnel was a bunch of dark blue chromium salts, and this was all waste. But anyway, what I had to do next was get rid of most of the acetone. So I put it on a hot plate, dropped in a stir bar, and cranked up the heating. I also set up a fan to blow on it to make it go faster, but it still took about 6 hours for most of it to disappear. When I eventually felt like I'd gotten rid of enough, I poured it all into a separatory funnel. On top of this, I added a bunch of distilled water to dilute it. Then I added a solvent called dichloromethane, or DCM for short. It wasn't able to mix with the water though, and it quickly sank to the bottom as a separate layer. With everything added, I took it off the stand, and I started shaking it around. I was doing this to really mix things up, and when I felt that it was enough, I put it back on the stand. As it sat there, the layers separated again, and all the DCM sank to the bottom. Now, assuming that I actually made any isononanoic acid, it should have been dissolved in the DCM. So, I drained it all out into a beaker. Everything that was left in the funnel should have been mostly water and sulfuric acid. There still might have been some isononanoic acid though, so I added some more DCM to it, and I extracted it a few more times. After every extraction, I drained the dichloromethane into the same beaker, and I eventually had a bunch of cloudy liquid. It was all cloudy because it was full of water, and before moving on, I was gonna have to dry it. So, I poured it into another separatory funnel. I then added some saturated salt water, which would pull out most of the water. I then shook it around, and when the layers eventually separated, it was looking pretty good. The only tricky part here was that the DCM was no longer the lower layer, and it was now the upper one. The bottom one was the salt water that I had added, and I drained it all away. I then poured everything into a beaker, and unfortunately, it was still a bit cloudy. So I turned on the stirring, and I added some anhydrous sodium sulfate to dry it even more. I let this stir for a while, and when I felt that it was done, I poured it all into another flask. The next step was to get rid of all the DCM, and I had to do another distillation. This went relatively quickly, and after a while, all that was left was a thick oil. This was all hopefully isononanoic acid, but I don't think it was very pure, and I was gonna have to clean it up. So I stopped the distillation, and when everything had cooled down, I transferred all of it to a much smaller flask. I then attempted to distill it, but for some reason, it absolutely refused to work. Instead, it just bubbled and frothed, and after several hours of trying, it was still a complete failure. It was at this point that I really started worrying that I might have been stuck. I still had no idea how much of this was actually isononanoic acid, and it was going to be a big problem if I couldn't purify it. There was still hope though, because there was one other thing that I thought might work. So I got out a beaker, and I added 50 mils of distilled water. Then into this, I shot in all of my goopy liquid. It all just quickly floated to the top, and I turned on the stirring. As an oil, it didn't at all mix with the water, but then I started adding a solution of sodium hydroxide drain cleaner. This was a very strong base, and if I did actually have isononanoic acid, it should react and turn into a water-soluble form. As I kept adding it, the oil slowly disappeared, and I was really happy to see this. This didn't fully confirm that this was isononanoic acid, but it was pretty good evidence. Even after adding a lot of base though, it was still a bit cloudy, so I added a bunch more. However, this didn't really seem to do anything, and this was because there was some sort of impurity. I was going to have to get rid of it, and to do this, I was going to have to put it back into a separatory funnel. I then added a different solvent called hexanes, which would dissolve most of the impurities. After shaking it around, I drained out the lower layer, and I threw away the hexanes. I then put the lower layer back into the funnel, and I washed it a couple more times with hexanes. This would hopefully get rid of most of the side products, and any other junk that might be in there. When I was eventually done with that, it was time for the moment of truth. I had to add some dilute acid, and this would immediately tell me if everything had worked. I was pretty sure that it had, but I was also completely prepared to be disappointed. So I just dumped it all in, and it almost immediately turned everything white, which I was extremely happy to see. This was all isononanoic acid being regenerated, and it was going back to being insoluble in water. I then again added some hexanes, but this time, it would actually dissolve the isononanoic acid. I then shook it around, and I waited for the layers to separate. However, now, it was the hexanes part that I wanted. So, I drained away the lower one, and I dumped all the hexanes into a beaker. I then did the same extraction a few more times, and I combined everything. When I was done, I added some sodium sulfate to dry it, and I stirred it for several minutes. Now, all I had to do was get rid of the hexanes. So, I poured it all into a flask, and I did what felt like the billionth distillation. This thankfully didn't take very long though, and about an hour later, it looked like all the hexanes were gone. I then let it cool down, and I transferred it all to a small vial. My final yield was 3.5 grams of nearly pure isononanoic acid, and this was pretty much the perfect amount. Okay, so now, after a week or so of pain, I had the first major piece of my spicy molecule. This was only half of it though, and getting this was also kind of the easy part. The hard part was going to be actually building it into the spicy molecule that I wanted, called nor-dihydrocapsaicin. This was mostly because I started this project without even knowing how I was going to do it. I mean, I had a few basic ideas, but nothing really concrete. By the time that I got to this point though, I realized that there was only one decent way. I was going to have to build the entire other half separately, and then add it onto the isononanoic acid. Normally, this wouldn't be too bad, but in this case, not only was I unsure how to make it, I was kind of unsure how to add it. The only thing that I knew was that the chemical that I needed looked oddly similar to something called vanillin, which is the major flavor component of vanilla. So now, I had to update the plan for the project. I was going to have to get my hands on some vanillin and turn it into something called vanillylamine. I could then add this to my isononanoic acid to make the beautiful and spicy nor-dihydrocapsaicin. So I guess now I would be technically turning plastic gloves and vanilla into hot sauce, which I honestly think is even weirder. I mean, it all makes sense on paper, but I still find it really hard to believe that these two completely unrelated things can be combined to make spiciness. But anyway, to get started, the first thing that I had to do was get some vanillin. From past experience, I found that the best and easiest source was vanilla sugar, and I found a bunch of it at a grocery store. I wasn't exactly sure how many to get, but I figured that 18 was a decent amount. I then started cutting them all open and dumping them into a beaker. In total, this was going to give me a bit over 300 grams of vanilla sugar, and it only took a few minutes to empty everything. When all of them were eventually added, I started pouring in some methanol, and I added just enough to cover it. In total, this ended up being about 300 mils, and then I started mixing it. What I was trying to do here was selectively dissolve the vanillin, which was kind of just mixed into a bunch of sugar. The sugar itself was practically insoluble in methanol, and pretty much all of it should be left behind. But anyway, I then let it sit there for about 30 minutes to really make sure that I dissolved as much vanillin as possible. When I came back, it looked pretty much the same, and what I had to do next was separate the methanol. To do this, I was going to have to filter it, and I scooped it all into my vacuum filter. When it was all eventually added, I washed the beaker with some extra methanol, and I mixed it around a bit. I then turned on my vacuum pump, and I pulled all the methanol into a flask below the filter. To really make sure that I got out all the vanillin, I washed the sugar a couple more times with methanol, and that was basically it. The only issue was that some of the sugar had made it through, and it made things a bit cloudy. This was relatively easy to fix though, and I just filtered it again through some cotton and sea light. It was kind of slow, but what came through was a lot better, and it was almost crystal clear. What I had now was a relatively clean-looking solution, and what I had to do next was get rid of all the methanol. In theory, assuming it's actually in there.
I don't know what you're playing at, but I'm bored with it.
Hi there, would you like to sign my petition? Nothing to see here.
Patrick, did you or did you not drop my bag?
is that? A combine zombie. That's like a zombine. Right? Zombine, get it?
Warning. Extreme crunch detected.
What the hell is that?
Try these Forsaken skins with cool SFX. 1. Love Shot. Who doesn't like this skin? It's very cool and the sound is so pleasing. 2. Jeff. This Chance skin is so underrated. It has its own coin flip sound, with its own gunfire sound. Lastly, when rolling the health. 3. Suspicious Man. This skin has that ominous sound when using the cool GUI, which is very sick in my opinion. Also, when you die, it also has sound effects. 4. Artful. It only has custom SFX when performing the Void Rush. 5. Combat Initiation. When using a Raging Pace, it has that electric spark sound, which is cool. 6. Savior. This skin has all custom SFX, which is taken from Undertale. Try these Forsaken skins with cool SFX. 1. Love Shot. Who doesn't like this skin? It's very cool and the sound is so pleasing.
Man, do you hear the news? Our hometown menace, the fire truck killer, finally got caught.
No, he didn't. I mean, what makes you say that? Did some new evidence come out? Or maybe a new suspect?
No, bro. When I say caught, I really mean it. The guy's in questioning right now. But you want to know the worst part? It's James, your second grade best friend. And honestly, everything adds up. Remember how you two had an obsession with fire trucks? And that's exactly where he dumps the body? Or how the both of you were always super careful cheating on tests? And it took them years to find a single piece of evidence? Everything points back to him.
Right. Straight to. No other suspects in mind, yeah?
Oh, for sure. The guy definitely did it. But as awful as he might be, I gotta admit, it was pretty genius. The techniques he used to hide, or how he was making the police run in circles for so long. That stuff was hella impressive, but I guess everything has an end, and unfortunately for him, his end was insanely dumb. To go on this crazy of a run just to get caught over a single fingerprint, embarrassing.
But hold on, what if this fire truck killer is even smarter than you think, and he planted that fingerprint? That way the police thinks it's over. But in reality, he just did it to buy more time and kill more people.
Nah. The guy is smart, but not that smart. It was impressive for a moment, just not as impressive as you think. Wait, the hell are you doing at my house? Man, do you hear the news? Our hometown menace, the fire truck killer, finally got caught.
No, he didn't. I mean, what
Let's take a look at your skin.
You might be wondering how I managed to do a stack kill and then manipulate Pink into voting.
great aunt left her mansion to whoever could solve the riddle in her will, and the answer destroyed our family. Nobody had spoken to Aunt Minerva in 15 years. She was the crazy one who collected vintage dolls and claimed the government was monitoring her bird feeders. When cousin Evangeline got the call that Minerva had died, we all pretended to be sad while secretly calculating what her Victorian mansion might be worth. The will reading was chaos. 23 relatives crammed into a stuffy law office, everyone wearing their most respectful black clothes, while their eyes gleamed with greed. The lawyer adjusted his glasses and read, "My fortune goes to whoever answers this. What room in my house contains the thing I loved most?" Yet no one was ever allowed to enter. We ransacked that mansion like pirates. Dad jimmied locks. Mom crawled through the basement with a flashlight. Uncle Fletcher hired a locksmith for the third-floor storage room that had been welded shut for decades. Everyone assumed it was some hidden safe or secret chamber filled with cash. I was 17 and bored, so I did what teenagers do. I snooped through her personal stuff. In her bedroom dresser, I found a photo album labeled, "My Darling." Every page showed the same little girl. Birthday parties, first mornings, first days of school. The child had Minerva's same sharp nose and wild curly hair. In the final photo, the girl was maybe 6, sitting on Minerva's lap in this very mansion. At the bottom, someone had written, "Cordelia Marie, age 6, 1957. My blood went cold. I'd never heard of any Cordelia in our family. That night, I cornered my grandmother in the kitchen. "Who is Cordelia?" I asked. Grandma's face went white. She glanced around nervously, then pulled me aside. "Minerva's daughter," she whispered. "Born when Minerva was 16. The family made her give the baby up for adoption to avoid scandal." "What happened to her?" Grandma's voice cracked. "Leukemia. She died at 7. Minerva never forgave us." The next The next morning, I walked into that law office alone. The answer is her daughter's bedroom. My great aunt left her mansion to whoever could solve the riddle.
You're a lot like your father. You really are, Peter, and that's a good thing. But your father lived by a philosophy, a principle, really. He believed that if you could do good things for other people, you had a moral obligation to do those things. That's what's at stake here. Not choice, responsibility.
Who are you? Spider-Man.
Freeze!
Just a quick question. How strong is your PC?
It's okay. Is this going to crash my game?
Oh, okay, you got an okay computer?
That looks like a bunch of fireworks. I can't get up! Oh no! No! I can't leave! I can't leave!
It's okay, man. It's okay. Hey, chill. This is gonna be really fun. I hope you're ready.
No! You're going to crash my game!
I hope you're ready, bro. You got it, man. Just a quick question. How strong is your PC?
It's okay. Is this going to crash my...
If you carve a notch into a high water source, water can easily flow downward to irrigate tiered rice fields. But what if the water source is at the bottom of the mountain? You'd be stuck carrying heavy buckets up steep, narrow paths. Your shoulders would blister, your clothes soaked in sweat, and yet only a few fields would get watered. Is there a way to make the water climb uphill on its own? You get an idea. Build a long wooden trough up the slope, tie a rope to a bucket, and pull it up. That saves you the climb, but it's still just one bucket at a time. Then you think, why not string several buckets together like beads? Now one pull brings up multiple buckets, far more efficient, but once those buckets are full, they become too heavy to lift. Your arms ache, you're exhausted, so you install a pulley like the ones used to draw water from a well, using leverage to lift them more easily. Yet the system is clunky. You still have to unwind the rope manually each time. That's when you get your next idea. Attach a second wheel near the water source. Loop the rope. Rope around both ends.
No one creeper. Oh, this looks terrifying. It's like battery acid. Is that the gun?
We need to talk about the bomb by you.
You come into my DM, ask for my time, tell me to come into your little call, and amuse your viewers as if I'm some tool to be made use of. Voice actors are booked for an hourly rate, Travis, and mine is $200. And you asked for a rush order today, so that will double the rate. It'll be $400 for this little sadomasochism section. I hope you're prepared to pay the fucking piper. Oh, and by the way, you need to rank up your fucking style points, Travis. Try switching weapons from time to time. It's disgusting the way you play.
Do you take Arby's gift cards?
Fucking die.
You put a spoiled brat in their place. My girlfriend was so insane that she told everyone that we broke up because I cheated on her in her dream. She was a spoiled rich girl who came from a terrible, snobby family. They were the kind of people who would wipe their butts with $100 bills if they ran out of toilet paper. If she and I ever got into an argument, she would run back to her daddy, who would send her on a week-long vacation to Cancun, just so she could recover from our arguments. During one of these week-long vacations to Cancun, she ended up getting pregnant from one of the 6 hotel staff she cheated on me with. But when she came back, instead of telling me, she told me that she was breaking up with me because she had a dream in Mexico that I would cheat on her. At this point, I was so over the relationship that I didn't care if it ended. After I moved out and moved back to my parents' house, I got a call from an anonymous number. When I picked up the phone, it was my ex-girlfriend's father. He called to say, "You broke my baby girl's heart. Now I'm going to break your head. I'd sleep with one eye open if I were you." I told him whatever, and for him and his crazy family to leave me alone. Truthfully, I was scared of him. I knew he had enough money to hire whoever he wanted to do whatever he wanted. When I applied for a new job, I noticed someone was watching me at the office. They weren't just watching me, they were staring. When I left the building, I saw them following behind. I started to look around, and that's when I saw... Two men inside it, also watching me. I've seen enough movies to know what that meant, so I didn't waste any time. I started running as fast as I could. I ended up running into a park where I found a police officer. I alerted him and told him that I was being followed by 3 men. I thought that he would help me, but instead, he told me to put my hands behind my back and that I was being arrested. I demanded that he tell me why I was being arrested, but he told me to shut my broke ass up. The second he called me broke, I realized that this was all my ex's father's doing. He paid the cop off to arrest me. At this point, I didn't even fight back. The cop put me in his cop car, and just as I thought, he brought me to my ex-girlfriend's estate. When he threw me out of the car, my girlfriend's father was waiting for me, sipping tea like a James Bond villain. I asked him if he was going to take my life away, and all he said was, "We need to talk." I followed him inside and passed by my girlfriend, who was getting her feet done. Her father sat me down, and there was trembling in his voice. "My babe, did you put a spoiled brat in their place?" My girlfriend was so insane that she told everyone...
Shopify, help me take my small ID.
I'm not gonna fucking peg you because you want me to peg you. I want to peg you because you want to be pegged. I don't want to peg another fucking person. person who doesn't enjoy it. Stop telling me you enjoy being pegged when you've never been pegged before, so you wouldn't even know.
Crazy Meanie, where you at?
Where the hell are you taking us? That's none of your concern. Damn it! They got our boys. Just say the word, sir. I have a clear shot. Whoa, hold on, soldier. You do that, you hit our boys too. We have to think. Hey, sir. Hold on, Nunez. We might have the same idea. Me and everybody else will head to the blue bins. And you, Nunez, you stay here and take them out. After every shot, move your location. Sir, yes, sir. All right, good. Let's go. I'm up here! Guys, we made it! I'm up next! I'm up here, sir! Alright, man, I'm the last one. You good? Considering the fact I'd rather be up there? Yeah, I'm good. If we do this right, we'll be drinking by the bar! I'm up here! Speaking of the word, and you'll be melted! Alright, here we go. For my boys in green. Shit! Shit! Where'd that come from? Please, it's in America! Jesus! Free.
Fibonacci versus multiple.
Hey, wait a second. You got something stuck in your eye. Let me get it out for you. Hey, wait a second. You got something.
Why shouldn't the guy let off the steam?
You know damn well why. Back off.
Oh, I'm starting to want you to make me.
Yeah. Big man in a suit of armor. Take that off. What are you?
Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist.
I know guys with none of that worth 10 of you. And I've seen the footage. The only thing you really fight for is yourself. You're not the guy to make the sacrifice play. To lay down on a wire and let the other guy crawl over you.
I think I would just cut the wire.
Always a way out. You know, you may not be a threat, but you better stop pretending to be a hero.
A hero? Like you? You're a laboratory experiment, Rogers. Everything special about you came out of a bottle. Why shouldn't the guy let off a little steam?
You know damn well why. Back off.
Oh, I'm starting.
Come down! Coward! You are mine!
You are mine!
How is this fair, bro? Wow! You lose one life, then camp until I leave? Is that your plan? Pathetic, actually. I have all day to wait, lil buddy. Sad loser! Nice try, kid! Please! Please, bro! I don't want to lose my 14 streak, please! Actual so cringe! Nah, bro! You're so lucky it's my bedtime.
At 5 p.m.
Yeah! Come down!
My son used to play Fortnite, Roblox.
My sister demanded she gets to walk down the aisle. At my wedding first, so I said yes, but never clarified what I was actually saying yes to. My older sister is 35, and her biggest dream in life is to have the perfect wedding. Unfortunately, her rancid personality means she's never even had a boyfriend, much less a wedding.
Guys, look, this game mode in Grace is blue and really relaxing. Well, to be honest, it's a mix of purples and blues, but
The biggest rags to riches stories, part 1.
I was so broke I couldn't buy shit from Wendy's. Now I'm not broke and I can buy shit from Wendy's.
The biggest.
In this world, the whiter the skin, the higher the status. While people with black skin can only become beggars, a family was anxiously waiting in the hospital. At this moment, the doctor came out and told them it was a boy. The family happily embraced and celebrated. But then the doctor said the boy was black. They opened the report and found the boy's skin ranked 80th, which meant that when he grew up, he could only be a beggar. A rich man ranked 18th enjoyed life every day. He did not need to work yet, was covered in gold bars. A woman ranked 52nd applied powder daily, just to make herself look whiter. A middle-aged man prayed every day for heaven to make him white, but this only made the rich man laugh at him. At this time, a beggar was begging on the street, but no matter how loudly he shouted, no one was willing to give him a single coin. A woman's face was covered in white powder, yet it could not reach the purity of her heart. On the other side, an aunt could not stop crying because her child's skin was ranked 68th. A bearded man passed by. His skin was ranked 5th. Everyone was envious of him, but when they saw the boy ranked 80th, they realized this child was truly unfortunate. A woman wiped his face with white powder, and a rich man handed expected him leftover bread. In this world, the whiter the skin, the higher the status, while people with black skin can only
Isn't that redundant? The devil's just sent me here to go.
When did someone's racism actually put you in danger? So, I'm staring down the barrel of a police officer's gun at our neighborhood park, accused of kidnapping my own son, all because some racist grandma saw me, a black man with a white kid, and called 911. 5 minutes ago, my son Cody was laughing on the swings. Now he's screaming as 2 cops have me on my knees, hands behind my head, while this old white lady keeps yelling that she saw the whole thing, and I'm probably part of a trafficking ring. You'd think this was 1930s Alabama, not 2024 on some random Tuesday. But here I am with an officer's shaking hand pointing his weapon at me while my son cries, "That's my daddy," and grandma insists the poor child must be brainwashed or drugged. My son Cody came into my life 8 months ago after the adoption finally went through. My wife Sharkeisha and I had been fostering him for 2 years, trying to help this kid heal after what he'd been through. His birth parents lost custody when he was 3. Severe neglect, meth house, found him alone for 2 days eating dry cereal off the floor. He bounced through 3 homes before us, each one sending him back because of his night terrors and meltdowns. We're both black, Cody is white, and the social workers kept asking if we were prepared for the challenges, like love needs a color match. But slowly he started trusting us, stopped flinching when we moved too fast, started calling us mommy and daddy without anyone prompting him. Something about how he'd finally grab my hand instead of backing away just felt right, you know, like he was learning family could mean safety. It was just me and Cody for our boys' day. Got to our usual spot where he loves the tall swings, finally comfortable enough to play without checking where I was every 30 seconds. People would stare whether it was me or Sharkeisha with him, but he'd just run around laughing and calling for daddy to watch him go down the slide, completely oblivious to how much we didn't match in some people's eyes. The problem started when the racist grandma arrived with her granddaughter about 10 minutes into our park visit. Her kid ran off to play while she sat on the bench, but I could feel her eyes tracking us. Cody ran over to show me a cool stick he found and gave me a hug, and that's when she stood up like she'd seen a crime. She walked over all casual at first, asking Cody if he was okay, if he knew me, where his mommy was. He just said, "Daddy's pushing me on the swings," and went back to playing, but she didn't leave it alone. She pulled out her phone, and I heard her voice getting louder, more dramatic with each word. "There's a black man here with a white child. The boy seems scared. I think it's a kidnapping in progress. He keeps touching the child. Hurry, please." Then she started adding details that never happened. Told them she saw me drag him from a van, that he was trying to run away from me, that she heard me threaten him. When the cops showed up in less than 3 minutes, she ran to them waving her arms, tears suddenly streaming down her face, pointing at me like I was America's most wanted while shouting, "That's him. He's trying to take that baby." When the cops finally let me speak after putting me in cuffs, I told them Cody was my adopted son, and my papers were in my car. The second I said, "I need to get something from my vehicle," Grandma started screaming, "He's going for a weapon!" And both officers drew their guns again, yelling at me to stop moving. I had to explain, face pressed against the hood, that the adoption papers were in my glove compartment while they debated whether to let me get them. One officer went to my car himself, while the other kept his hand on his holster. Grandma narrating the whole time about how they always have fake documents, and I'm probably armed. The cop came back with my folder, adoption certificate, insurance cards, school forms, photos from his birthday party, Christmas morning, first day of kindergarten. Meanwhile, Grandma kept insisting they were forgeries, demanding they call the FBI about trafficking rings, actually saying, "These people are sophisticated criminals," while I'm cuffed in my Saturday dad outfit of cargo shorts and the Paw Patrol shirt Cody picked out. They questioned Cody away from me. "What's your daddy's name? Where do you live? What did you eat for breakfast?" Cody, still crying but trying to be brave, goes, "James Wilson, 423 Oak Street, and daddy made me dinosaur pancakes with extra syrup." Then he asked the cop, "Why are you hurting my daddy? He didn't do anything bad." The officer reviewing my documents looked at his partner, and I could see the shift happening, from suspicious to uncomfortable to embarrassed. The officers uncuffed me and started to apologize when Grandma walked up to the senior cop and whispered something in his ear. His whole demeanor changed, and he immediately said, "Actually, we need to verify this further," and told his partner to cuff me again. Brian started screaming as they bent me back over the hood, and Grandma had this smug look while saying loudly enough for me to hear, "My son, Deputy Chief Williams, will hear about how you almost let this criminal go." But then something weird happened. The officer cuffing me whispered, "Play along, trust me," while making them extra loose. Turns out the Williams family had been running the department like their personal kingdom for years. 3 sons, 2 nephews, all cops, all dirty, all racist as hell. Internal affairs had been trying to nail them but needed hard evidence. The metal felt weird around my wrists, way looser than before, and Torres kept moving his hand near my pocket where my phone was still recording everything. Dorothy kept going on about how we steal white babies and sell them, her voice getting louder with each word while Torres mouthed something that looked like record at me. His partner was already on the radio calling for backup, and I could hear sirens getting closer, even though we were just at a park with a kid and his dad. Torres positioned himself between me and Dorothy, so she couldn't see him tap my pocket again, making sure I understood to keep that phone going. A black SUV pulled up fast, tires squealing, and out stepped this huge guy in a police uniform with more medals than a general. Dorothy ran right to him calling him Bobby and pointing at me, and that's when I realized this was Deputy Chief Williams himself, showing up for what should have been nothing. He looked at me like I was dirt on his shoe, and told Torres and his partner to investigate this trafficking situation thoroughly, while Cody screamed for me from where another officer was holding him back. Williams walked over slow, taking his time, asking Dorothy to tell him everything while she made up more lies about seeing me grab Cody from some white woman earlier. My phone kept recording in my pocket, as Williams said we needed to take this very seriously, because child trafficking was a major problem in Springfield. I managed to text Sharkeisha Sharkeisha with my hands behind my back just typing 911 park now before Williams noticed and told Torres to secure my phone as evidence. Torres took it but slipped it back in my pocket when Williams turned away to talk to Dorothy again. More cops showed up and parents were gathering around with their phones out recording everything while Dorothy kept adding details that never happened. Sharkeisha's car screeched into the parking lot and she jumped out running toward us, but Williams stepped right in front of her demanding identification. She pulled out her wallet showing her license and Cody's insurance card, but Williams said anyone could fake documents these days. Dorothy said loud enough for everyone to hear that we probably hired actors to play family for the kid, and some parents gasped like they believed her. Williams told Torres to transport me to the station for questioning, even though my adoption papers were right there in the officer's hand. Torres volunteered quick to drive me, and as we walked to his patrol car, he leaned close and said, IA needs my help because this family was dirty as hell. The back of the patrol car smelled like puke and pine trees, and Torres waited until we pulled away before talking real quiet about how Internal had been building a case for 2 years. He said 3 black families filed complaints about fake arrests at parks, but the witnesses always disappeared or changed their stories after Williams got to them. He kept checking his mirror to make sure nobody was following us while explaining how Dorothy was Williams' mother-in-law and called him every time she saw a black person with a white kid. The station was only 10 minutes away, but Torres drove slow, telling me to keep recording everything that happened inside because they needed evidence. Williams was already there when we arrived, must have taken a shortcut, and he personally walked me to the interrogation room asking how much I paid for the boy. My phone in my pocket caught him saying people like me shouldn't be allowed to adopt white children, that it wasn't natural, while he flipped through my adoption papers like they were fake. He kept asking where I really got Cody, how much the birth parents sold him for, if I was part of a larger ring stealing white babies. After 2 hours of the same questions over and over, the door burst open, and Brian came in wearing his lawyer suit talking about civil rights violations. Williams tried to block him, but Brian already had an emergency petition filed with Judge Harrison, who wasn't one of Williams' buddies. They argued for another hour while Torres made copies of all my papers, and when Williams stepped out to take a call, Torres slipped me a business card with just a phone number. He whispered to call tonight and delete the number right after, then went back to standing by the door like nothing happened. 4 hours after getting arrested at a park with my son, Williams finally had to let me go because Judge Harrison called the station himself. Dorothy's quick shift from concerned grandmother to full-blown conspiracy theorist makes me wonder what's really driving her beyond just prejudice. The way she instantly created this whole trafficking narrative with made-up details like seeing James drag Cody from a van suggests there's something deeper going on here than just casual racism. Sharkeisha and Cody were waiting in the lobby, and Cody grabbed my hand so tight it hurt, asking why that grandma lied about me. Other cops smirked as we walked out, one saying something about us people always playing victim, but I just kept walking with my family. That night after Cody finally fell asleep, I called the number Torres gave me, and this woman answered saying she was Detective Aisha Patel from Internal Affairs. She explained they'd been tracking the Williams family's pattern of targeting black families in white neighborhoods, using Dorothy as their scout to manufacture probable cause. She said my recording from today was exactly what they needed, that Williams saying people like me shouldn't adopt white kids was the smoking gun they'd been waiting for. Detective pulled out a thick folder and started showing me reports. 6 different 911 calls over 2 years, all from Dorothy about black parents with white kids at parks, stores, schools. Each report had the same pattern, her calling when deputy was on duty, him responding personally, families getting questioned for hours before being released. The detective pointed to addresses showing all 6 families moved within 3 months of their incidents, couldn't take a harassment anymore. She showed me social media posts Dorothy made after each call, talking about protecting children from predators, getting hundreds of likes from people who had no idea what really happened. I remembered my phone was still recording in my pocket from the park, and pulled it out to stop it. The screen showed it had been going for over an hour, capturing everything, including when they put me in the patrol car. I hit play and started scrolling through, hearing Dorothy's voice telling the cops I grabbed Cody from a van that never existed. Then I heard something that made my stomach drop. Deputy's voice real quiet telling officer to lose my adoption papers when they got back to the station. His exact words were clear as day on the recording, saying this problem needs to go away like the others, that people like me shouldn't be allowed to adopt white kids. Detective's eyes went wide when she heard it, and she immediately asked me to send her the file. The next morning, I woke up to Sharkeisha shaking me, telling me to come look at the car. All 4 tires were slashed, and someone had spray painted MOVE across the windshield in red paint. She wanted to call the cops, but I reminded her that meant calling deputy's department, the same people who did this or let it happen. We stood there in our driveway while neighbors walked by pretending not to see, some probably thinking we deserved it after whatever lies Dorothy was spreading. Cody came downstairs for school but started crying when Sharkeisha tried to get him dressed, kept saying the mean grandma would take him away. He grabbed onto my leg and wouldn't let go, shaking and begging us not to make him leave the house. Sharkeisha called her boss to say she couldn't come in, and I opened my laptop to work from the kitchen table. We took turns sitting with Cody on the couch, trying to get him to eat something, watching cartoons to distract him from his fear. Brian came over that afternoon and said he was filing a complaint with the state attorney general about my false arrest. He'd already written everything up, had the forms ready, just needed my signature to make it official. 2 hours after he submitted it online, my phone rang from a blocked number. The voice was muffled, but the message was clear. Drop the complaint or child services would get an interesting tip about our family. They said they knew where we lived, where Cody went to school, where Sharkeisha worked, everything about our life. 3 days later, I was taking out the trash when I saw Dorothy standing on our sidewalk with 2 other women. They were holding signs that said, "Save Cody" and "Trafficking Victim Lives Here," all 3 recording with their phones. Dorothy was talking loud to her phone about how she was standing. When did someone's racism actually put you in danger? So, I'm staring down the barrel of a police officer's gun at our...
gotta say, that's a pretty tempting offering. Well, don't mind if it... Sorry, guy.
This video has been sponsored by Brilliant. A few years ago, I was able to successfully make some transparent wood, and I thought it was pretty cool. While I was working on that project though, I accidentally stumbled onto something else wood related that I thought was really interesting. More specifically, I stumbled onto this paper published in Nature, and it was called Processing Bulk Natural Wood into a High-Performance Structural Material. From this title alone, it didn't sound too spectacular, but the results were actually really impressive, and they were apparently able to make pieces of wood which were by weight stronger than steel. What I thought was even more interesting though was something that they said near the end of the paper. It was just a quick comment, but they suggested that with their super strong wood, it might be possible to make lightweight and low-cost armor, or in other words, bulletproof wood. Up until this point, the idea of using wood to block bullets had honestly never even occurred to me, but the moment that I saw this, I felt that I had to try making some. The only tricky part was that, again, the idea of wooden armor was only a suggestion they made based on some small-scale tests, and they never actually tried to stop a bullet with it. However, if their wood were actually as strong as they claimed, I felt that it should have been possible, and I figured there was only one way to find out. But anyway, to get started, the first step was to figure out how to even make it. So I looked at the experimental section in the paper, and it actually seemed surprisingly simple. All I had to do was two basic steps, where the first one was to treat almost any kind of wood using some commonly available chemicals, and then after that, I just had to squish it and heat it. This was supposed to leave me with a really dense and strong piece of wood that was roughly a fifth of the thickness of the original piece. The only problem was that even though it seemed really simple, I didn't really know exactly how to do it. I mean, for the first part, I was totally fine, and I had everything that was needed to treat some wood with some chemicals. The second part was the issue though, because I had no idea how I was supposed to evenly crush a piece of wood while heating it at the same time. To do this, I figured that I was gonna need some sort of press thing, and my first thought was to get something like a panini press and to stack a bunch of weight onto it. However, I then converted the 5 megapascals that the paper said I needed into a unit that I could actually understand, and it was apparently 725 pounds per square inch. This meant that even for a small piece of wood, I'd have to stack thousands of pounds onto it, which I felt would be slightly difficult. It was pretty clear that I was going to have to use some sort of machine that was actually designed to heat and crush at high pressures, and I decided to try looking online. The first thing that I found were those press things that are used to squish designs onto t-shirts, but unsurprisingly, they didn't get even remotely close to enough pressure. With a bit more searching though, I stumbled onto what seemed like the perfect solution, and it was something called the Nug Smasher Pro. It was clearly meant to crush a different plant material and not wood, but either way, it basically had everything that I needed. It had two nice big plates to squish things evenly, it could crush things with up to 40,000 pounds of force, which was way more than I needed, and it had a built-in temperature controller that I could easily set to the required 100 degrees Celsius. I really felt that it looked perfect, and I wanted to just buy it, until I noticed that the plates were made of aluminum, which would get destroyed by the chemicals I'd be using, and it also cost $3,600 US, which was almost $5,000 Canadian. This pretty much killed almost any excitement that I had, but it wasn't a complete loss, because I now knew exactly what I needed. So with this in mind, I then ventured over to Alibaba, and within a few minutes, I found what actually looked like the perfect machine. It had some nice stainless steel plates, which could easily resist the chemicals, it could crush with even more pressure, and it could do around 60,000 pounds of force, and it had some easy-to-use temperature controllers. The only problem was that it was still really expensive, and the final quote that I got was actually more than the Nug Smasher Pro. At the time, this was also significantly more than I'd ever spent on any project, and the thought of paying that much on an idea that might not even work made me really uncomfortable. I decided to ignore all logic and reasoning though, and $5,000 and a few months later, I was the proud owner of an extremely heavy wooden box. I was actually kind of surprised by just how heavy it was, and I was slightly worried that I wasn't going to be able to move it from where the delivery guys had dumped it. With the help of Reggie though, we were able to drag it partially across the room, and I figured that this was a good place to crack it open. So I went and got a knife, and I started by cutting off all the plastic strapping. I then started flipping up all the metal tabs that were holding down the top of the crate, and after that, I slowly opened it and revealed my beautiful little press. I then carefully broke apart the rest of the crate, and I got rid of all the plastic and the accessories. Reggie and I also snapped our backs, transferring this 400-pound hunk of metal to a dolly, and at this point, I was starting to get really excited. After months of waiting, the press was actually here in front of me, and it was finally time to try and make some bulletproof wood. To get started with this, the first thing that I needed was some wood, and according to the paper, it was possible to use many different kinds, like cedar, oak, poplar, and pine. I decided to go with pine though, because it seemed to give some really good results, and it was also by far the cheapest and easiest to get. All I had to do was quickly go to Home Depot, and for around $20, I picked up one of the nicest pieces that I could find. I then did some quick measurements and I started chopping it up, and my goal was to get some pieces that were roughly 12 centimeters long, 3.5 centimeters deep, and 4.4 centimeters wide. This was very close to what the paper said was the typical sample size that they used, and I figured that at least for my first attempt, I should probably do exactly what they did. But either way, with all of the pieces chopped off, I then quickly sanded them to clean them up a bit, and now my wood was ready to be cooked. So I went and got a 1-liter beaker, and I started by pouring in about 600 mils of water. I then turned on the stirring, and when I had a strong vortex going, I dumped in 80 grams of sodium hydroxide drain cleaner. This all quickly started dissolving and generating a lot of heat, and over the next several minutes, it all slowly disappeared. When it looked more or less clear, I then got this sodium sulfite that I bought on Amazon, which was apparently supposed to be used to cure salmon eggs. I wasn't exactly sure what that meant, but either way, I just dumped in 40.3 grams of it, and just like the drain cleaner, I waited for it to dissolve. This ended up going quicker than I thought, and only a few minutes later, I had a relatively clear solution, and I was able to get rid of the stir bar. At this point, my chemical solution was ready, and now it was time to add the wood. So I carefully lowered in one of the pieces, and while holding it in place, I added more water until it got to the 1-liter mark. After that, I put a heavy watch glass on top of it to push it back down into the water, and what I had to do next was get it nice and hot. So I turned on the hot plate and waited for it to heat up, and over the next 20 minutes, it slowly got more and more yellow. Eventually, it was just on the verge of boiling, and it was around 100 C, and at this point, I just had to leave it like this. I then came back to it a couple hours later, and it had become a dark orange, and things seemed to be going well. During this time, I had also swapped the watch glass for a flask filled with cold water, and I had added a small wood spacer. This allowed me to completely submerge the piece of wood, which I felt was a lot better, even though it was probably fine how it was before. But anyway, at least based on the color, there was clearly a reaction going on here, and in theory, the chemicals were supposed to be attacking the wood. More specifically, they were supposed to be attacking and removing two major components of the wood, called lignin and hemicellulose, which are the main things that keep the wood together. It was very important to not get rid of them completely though, because then all the wood would just fall apart, and I would just be left with a bunch of loose cellulose. So instead, the goal was to only partially remove them, which would make a lot of extra space in the wood, and the research paper had some good photos of what was supposed to happen. For example, they included a super close-up shot that's looking down the end grain of a generic untreated piece of wood. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on, but all of the gray stuff is technically the wood itself, and all of the black areas are just empty space, which is normally used by the tree to transport things like water. This, on the other hand, was what it looked like after they treated it, and there was a pretty big difference. With a lot of the lignin and hemicellulose gone, a lot of that gray stuff was gone as well, and it now kind of just looked like a bunch of tubes. These tubes were all mostly made of cellulose though, and the important part was that there was a lot more space between them and way less stuff holding them in place. This was supposed to make the wood a lot easier to squish, and this was very important for the next step. But anyway, according to the paper, I just had to leave it like this for a total of 7 hours, and this was supposed to get get rid of the ideal amount of lignin and hemicellulose. So I just let it sit here for another few hours, and when I came back to it, the solution was way darker than before. This told me that a lot more stuff had been removed, and what I had to do now was wash the wood. So I just quickly got rid of this hot red chemical solution, and then into the same beaker, I started dumping in a bunch of boiling distilled water. The goal here was to get rid of as much of the sodium hydroxide and sodium sulfite as possible, and to also wash away any side products that might have formed. A lot of these chemicals and side products were deep inside the wood though, so I had to soak it for a while. The only unfortunate part was that the paper didn't say for how long, and all it said was that I had to immerse it in boiling water several times. I assumed that this meant more than just quickly dunking it in and out, and based on almost nothing, I decided that about an hour was a good time. So I just left it there, and over the next hour, the color of the water slowly changed, and I felt this was a good sign, because it meant that it was pulling stuff from the wood. After seeing this, I assumed that after each washing, the water would get less and less colored, but that didn't turn out to be the case. It quickly became pretty clear to me that whatever was causing the color was not a good indicator to tell me when I was done washing it, and instead, I had to keep checking the pH. If there were even a small amount of sodium hydroxide left, it would turn purple, which meant that it was strongly basic, and it was still doing this even after the third washing. It was only after washing it 7 times that the color was finally green, which told me that it was around neutral. It also told me that the wood should have been nice and clean, and I dumped off all the water, which was still orange. But either way, after about 15 hours of cooking and cleaning wood, I was finally done the first part of the process. What I was left with should have been a lignin-reduced piece of wood that was free of nasty chemicals, and I was really curious to see what it was like. Without a lot of the lignin and hemicellulose, I was kind of expecting it to be really soft and squishy, but that wasn't at all the case. Even when I squeezed it as hard as I could, I was barely able to do anything, and it was definitely still pretty hard. I also tried bending it, which I wasn't able to do at all, and I started wondering if I'd even done anything to the wood. It really just felt like a generic piece of wood that had been sitting in hot water, and it didn't feel like there was any major difference, besides maybe looking different. With all that being said though, even if it didn't look or feel special, I had done exactly what the paper had said, and it should have been good. So now, it was finally time to test out my new and beautiful hydraulic press, and the first step was to turn on the temperature controllers. I then waited for the plates to slowly heat up to 100 degrees Celsius, and when they eventually got there, I carefully loaded in my little piece of wood. I did my best to make it as centered as possible, and when I felt that it looked good, I started lowering down the upper plate. It was a bit slow and clunky, but I was eventually able to sandwich the wood, and now it was time to start crushing it. So, I just went ahead and started pressurizing it by manually cranking the handle that was on the side, and it worked exactly like a hydraulic car jack. The only difference was that it was way slower, and each time I cranked it, it looked like it barely moved the plate. It was slowly crushing it though, even if it didn't look like there was a huge difference, and at this point, it was probably already about 5% thinner. However, it was also oozing out a bunch of black liquid, which I didn't really want to leak all over my press, so I quickly cleaned it up with some paper towel. I then started crushing it again, and so far, I was really happy with how it was going. Unlike with my hands, the press was doing a way better job at squishing it, and it did seem like it was a lot easier than squishing a normal piece of wood. This also made sense because, as I mentioned earlier, with a lot of the lignin and hemicellulose removed, there was a lot more empty space and a lot less holding the cellulose together. So with some added pressure, these empty spaces were all supposed to start collapsing, and I think the paper again included some really interesting photos of this. This one is of course what I showed before, and this was hopefully how my wood currently looked on the microscopic scale. This, on the other hand, is what I was trying to do to it, and again, there was a massive difference. All of the empty space was pretty much completely gone, and all of those cellulose tubes had been completely flattened. On top of that, the flattened tubes had also become intertwined with all of the other flat tubes, and this was supposed to greatly increase its strength. But anyway, I then just continued crushing the wood, hoping that it would eventually end up like the second photo, and at first, it seemed to be going pretty well. The only issue that I had was that when it got to around half the thickness, it seemed like something bad was happening at the top. It looked like some of the wood was rolling over onto itself, and I was a bit worried that it might be breaking or something. However, I figured that it probably wasn't a huge issue, and that it's probably normal to have some defects when crushing a piece of wood like this. So I just kept on going, and the goal was to get it to around 20% of the original thickness, and I eventually got there a few minutes later. At this point, it was almost shockingly thin, and even though I'd squished it myself, I still kind of found it hard to believe that this used to be an entire block of wood. Besides just being super thin though, the pressure on the wood was also around the 725 psi that the paper had called for, and I was apparently done crushing it. So now, what I had to do next was just leave it like this, and all of the water that was still left in the wood was supposed to slowly get boiled out. At the same time though, the heat and the pressure were also supposed to cause the wood itself to slowly get stronger. This because, according to the paper, all of those flattened and intertwined cellulose tubes should start to form bonds within themselves and with their neighboring flat tubes. All of these bonds were technically only weak hydrogen bonds, but because all of the cellulose was so closely packed together, it should be able to form a ridiculous amount of them. It was supposed to be enough to greatly increase the strength of the wood, and more importantly, to permanently lock it in its crushed form. This would make it very different than normal wood, which would just decompress once the pressure was gone, and I was very curious to see how it would turn out. With that being said though, I then just had to let it cook like this for the next 24 hours, and when I came back to it, it looked like it had become even thinner. I also noticed that the pressure gauge was at 0 pressure, which I felt was a really good sign. This because it meant that even without any added pressure, the wood was staying nice and thin, and I started getting pretty excited. It was now time to reveal my densified and hopefully bulletproof wood, and when I felt that I was ready, I started lifting the upper plate. I was really hoping to see a perfect little flat rectangle, but I was immediately disappointed. I mean, it was definitely flat, which I was happy about, except it was also very wide, which wasn't a good sign. There had clearly been some sort of smushing effect because the wood wasn't really supposed to spread out at all, and this was a bit sad to see. Either way, I then went to take it off the press, and the moment that I touched it, all of my sadness quickly vanished. This because it felt completely different than I expected, and it really didn't even feel like it was wood. Instead, it was surprisingly heavy and extremely hard, almost like some sort of ceramic. At the same time though, it somehow also kind of felt like plastic, and it was genuinely really cool. At the same time though, it was definitely far from perfect, and just by looking at it, I could see that the fibers didn't get squished down properly. When I looked at it from the side, I could also see some very obvious diagonal cracks, and I was really hoping they were just superficial. I then compared it to the piece of wood that it came from, and it was kind of surprising to see how different it was. I mean, in theory, it probably should have been a little less different and had roughly the same width, but still, I thought it was really impressive to see just how much thinner it had become, and I found it hard to believe that this entire block had been squished to this thin little piece. With that being said though, the next very important thing that I had to do was test to see how strong it was. So it was of course at this exact moment that it decided to spontaneously fall apart. This was extremely sad to say the least, and it didn't inspire a lot of hope, but that all changed when I tried stabbing it with a screwdriver. I then just kept on stabbing it, and I was honestly really impressed by just how little damage it was doing.
Better than I thought it would be. It really doesn't do much of anything. That's pretty hard.
To really test it though, I felt that I had to try stabbing it as hard as I could, and it was still really impressive. What wasn't impressive was my aim, but either way, not only was the screwdriver completely unable to stab into it, it also seemed like it had a hard time even scratching it. This was obviously not a perfect emulation of what would happen if a bullet hit it, but it was looking really promising. Just as a comparison, I then did the same thing to one of the untreated pieces of wood, and the difference was pretty obvious. The screwdriver was easily able to stab into it, and I didn't even have to use much force at all. Either way, I was now feeling a lot more hopeful about my little densified piece of wood, and the only thing that I had to do next was see if it could actually stop a bullet. So, I quickly made this little wood thing to mount it to, and I clamped it in a vise. I then quickly added one of my pieces of densified wood, and with it securely in place, I went and got my gun, which was actually just a pellet gun. This is not only because firing a real gun inside my building is both super dangerous and a felony, it was also because it made way more sense to start small. I had to first make sure that it could actually stop a projectile, and if it did, I could then move up to the more powerful stuff. With that being said though, the pellet gun was now loaded, and after a few days of work, I was ready for the first real test. So I carefully lined it up and gently started pulling on the trigger, and I was really hoping to see the pellet just get deflected like the screwdriver. However, that wasn't at all what happened, and it was almost comical how bad it was. The high-speed footage that I got was also completely pointless, and I was kind of embarrassed that I had even set it up. I then looked at the footage from the camera that was pointing at the back of it, and it had apparently just exploded. It really didn't look like it had even attempted to stop the pellet, and this was honestly pretty sad to see, especially after spending thousands of dollars and waiting for months to try this. What also made it even sadder was that this pellet gun was over 16 times weaker than one of the weakest real guns. So, it wasn't even remotely close to being able to stop a real bullet, and at this point, things weren't exactly looking good. At the same time, though, I was very aware that this was only my first attempt, and that the piece that I'd made wasn't exactly the highest quality. This was made very clear to me when it had spontaneously fallen in half, and there was obviously a lot of room for improvement. Also, I was still really impressed by how well it had blocked the screwdriver, and in my mind, this proved that it had the hardness to potentially block a projectile. So, I figured that all I had to do was somehow make it stronger and stop it from exploding, and I had some ideas that I really thought would work. The only issue was that right after this, I had to start moving to my new office, and I completely tore apart this entire lab. I then had to build an entirely new one, and it was only 6 months later that I was able to start working on this project again. Either way, I then jumped right back into it, and the first, very sophisticated thing that I'd been waiting to try was to just use a much bigger piece of wood. Seriously though, this was a very simple change, but I really felt that it would make a huge difference, and I'll explain why in a bit. With that being said, the first thing that I was going to have to do was treat it, and I did pretty much the exact same thing as before, because I didn't think anything really went wrong with this chemical step. The only thing that I did slightly different this time was that I used a much bigger beaker, and I held it down with some glass tubing. This way, it would stay fully submerged the entire time, and after heating it for 7 hours, the solution had turned almost black. I then quickly took everything apart, carefully took out the wood and washed it to get rid of the chemicals, and again, after 15 hours of work, I was left with a wet block of wood. It looked and felt pretty much exactly the same as the first attempt, and the only difference was that it was bigger, and I loaded it into the hydraulic press. This time though, I oriented it with the end grain facing the camera, and from this point on, things were going to be pretty different. This is because it was pretty clear to me that this pressing step was the major problem, and I actually had a bunch of things that I wanted to try. The first was to do my absolute best to center it perfectly on the plate, and I'd made some markings to show me exactly where to put it. I would also use a ruler to confirm the final placement of it, and this was very different than last time, where I just centered it entirely by eye. With the wood in place though, I then started lowering the upper plate, and this was now the moment that I was hoping the bigger piece would start to be useful. This is because with its much larger surface area, there would now be a lot more space for the upper plate to sit on, and in theory, this should help keep it level. This was something that never even occurred to me during the first attempt because I thought the upper plate was fixed in place, but I discovered later on that it was apparently able to tilt. I also noticed that this was happening when I closely rewatched the footage, and I saw a very subtle but clear tilt right before things started going wrong. It was only an extremely small shift, and it was probably less than a couple degrees, but crushing the wood on even a slight angle would be really bad because it would force it to get pushed to one side, and this would almost definitely cause it to smear out. This was also especially likely to happen if the piece was significantly off-center, like mine was, and if the upper plate was forced to just balance on a small piece of wood. So basically, the tilt was the major thing that I was hoping to avoid here, and I really felt that just using a bigger piece and centering it perfectly was going to have a massive effect. On top of this though, I also decided to not preheat the plates to 100 degrees Celsius and to try squishing the wood much more slowly. I figured this would give the water a lot more time to get pushed out and avoid any weird internal pressure from building up and potentially damaging the wood, and so far, things were going pretty well. It looked like it was basically just getting thinner, and that was exactly what I was hoping for. As I kept going though, it unfortunately started to spread out at the bottom, and it didn't seem like I could do anything to stop it. Going even slower didn't seem to do much either, and when I looked over at the side of it, I saw something horrible. It had also started to roll over onto itself, just like the first time, but it didn't seem nearly as severe, and I figured that it was probably okay. So I just kept on going, and eventually it seemed like the wood had hit its limit, and instead of getting denser, it was just squishing out on the sides. At this point, though, the pressure on the gauge was also around the 725 psi mark, and when I saw this, I felt that it was the right time to start cooking it. So I plugged in the press to some sockets that I made by hijacking the power from my dishwasher because I didn't have any real 220 outlets yet. After that, though, I was able to turn on the heating, and now I just had to wait and hope that it wasn't another disaster. I then came back to it 24 hours later, and I was really curious to know how it turned out. So I carefully started lifting the upper plate, and this time, I wasn't immediately disappointed. Still really hot, but looks pretty good. I mean, it definitely still had a bunch of issues, and it had those diagonal cracks like before, but what I thought was really exciting was the other side of it, which was honestly kind of perfect. It didn't look like there were any cracks at all, and the top part was also really nice. It was actually very similar to the original pine that I'd started with, and it didn't have a weird-looking texture or any gaps between the fibers. This part just looks really good. It's like perfect. I then compared it to the original piece, and I saw that it didn't spread out nearly as much, and it was definitely way better than the first attempt. So clearly, using a much bigger piece and doing all of the other little things had helped a lot, and I was really happy with how it turned out. To know if it were actually better though, and not just a nicer looking piece of crap, I was gonna have to shoot it. So I got my pellet gun again, and I figured I'd blast the ugly side first, and I was kind of expecting it to just explode like last time. However, it was instead just deflected, and it hit me in the head, and I was genuinely really surprised. There was clearly a significant improvement, and even on the crappy part, it didn't even look like the pellet had a chance of making it through. It only made a small dent before getting completely flattened, and I thought that it was really cool to see it get bounced away as a little pancake. Just for good measure though, and to make sure it wasn't a fluke or something, I decided to shoot it a few more times, and each time it was bounced away with ease. So apparently, just by squishing it better, I had made it way stronger, and my pellet gun wasn't even a challenge anymore. Instead of exploding it, it was now only making small dents, and after seeing this, I started getting really excited. This because I now had some real evidence that this wood could stop a projectile, and the idea of stopping a real bullet was feeling like it might actually be possible. The only issue was that even with this very significant strength improvement, I was pretty sure that a real bullet would still destroy it. This is because my pellet gun was only shooting .22 caliber pellets, which weighed less than a gram, and they were only going around 500 feet per second. On the other hand though, this is the equivalent .22 caliber real bullet, the .22 LR, and it weighs over twice the amount and goes almost triple the speed. In theory, this means that it should be able to deliver over 16 times more energy than the pellet, and and I really didn't think my piece of wood could take that. I mean, maybe it could have done something that was double or triple, but over 16 times was just insane. For some reason though, I still had faith that this wood could do it, but I was for sure gonna have to somehow strengthen it even more. In my mind, there was also only one real way to do this, and I was gonna have to somehow stop it from spreading out. If I were able to do this, this should not only give me something that was significantly denser and way stronger, it should also just be higher quality in general, and without any of those diagonal cracks. I really thought that it would be enough to stop at least the 22LR, and again, I had some ideas that I thought would work. However, long story short, nothing I did seemed to make a difference.
your best.
Say the word of the day! Hunchicks, heels, nails, blade, mascara, feet chicks for my name!
Out in the street, they started murder.
Sword versus hammer. Who will win?
If somebody doesn't like your attitude, just sing them this song. La 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 la. Do I like being a bitch? No.
Nice shot!
Somebody
looked at him and made their decision based only on appearance. But what happened next? It shocked everyone.
I don't think you're the 1500 one.
Why don't you put that in?
The 1500 person might be someone who could attract anyone. I think maybe you're someone that would attract a smaller subset of people. I'm gonna go with 21. 21 people have been your little doggy. Can I ask what you do? Apparently you've slept with 1,500 people.
They didn't expect who would show up with a hidden body count of 1/500.
Wait a minute, hold on. Why is there...
All we need is for Roblox to admit they are wrong.
Why is there an American flag? What even is that? Is that a bra? Is that an American flag bra? And it says, I am hot? I don't know what that is.
this gooner get bricked up on the light 5 filter? Let's find out. Also, guys, I'm here to support him on his gooner journey because, bro, we don't like gooner people, you know what I'm saying? Why the fuck are you a gooner, bro? Why?
Well, it's like sulfur rate in the bop house, probably.
Bro, that bypass need to be destroyed, bro. Look at what they caused, bro. Look at what happened to... dude, he was trying to hit me? What the fuck is wrong with this gooner? We are here at the light 5 filter. Have you seen this filter before?
We've definitely been to this filter before.
Guys, it's gonna be a challenge making him not a gooner anymore because this guy's kind of a lost cause, but I'm here for you. Bro, what the... Ready, set, go. Oh my gosh, bro.
Oh yeah, I've actually seen this one.
Wait, Riley told me this guy...
Will this gooner get bricked up on the... Will this gooner get bricked up on the light 5 filter? Let's find out. Also, guys, I'm here to support him on... Will this gooner get...
Wait, Riley told me this guy plays a really weird deck. Bro. Guys. Yo, bro, I love you, bro. Please do not give me wins, bro. Oh my god. Well, chat, now we're 2 wins away. Harhat, I love you, bro, but please do not give me wins. Jesus, bro. Chat. Oh my god. Bro, are you guys like trying to get me in trouble with Supercell, bro? Yeah.
What's the coldest bet you've accepted? My friend Matthew looked me straight in the eyes with a smirk and said, I bet you wouldn't last a month dating her. I shook his hand. I'm in. One of the baristas, Kat, came over to take our order, already blushing before she reached our table. What can I get you? She asked, looking only at me, her hand shaking as she wrote my name on the cup with a little heart next to it. Dude, she's got it so bad for you. Remind us again how many times she's asked you out now? My other friend Jeremy asked. 47, I said with a sigh. Matthew and Jeremy looked at each other with matching grins that only spelled one thing, trouble. I'll make you a deal. Date her for 1 month and we'll cover your Hampton share. My eyes went wide. $3,000? She walked back over, taking this deep breath like she was preparing for battle. Hey, so I was thinking there's this new place downtown and if you're free. Yes, I said. Kat dropped another tray. Wait, really? Really? Tonight. 7, I said flatly. She ran to the back room and screamed, probably thinking the room was soundproofed. It wasn't. Holy, I have date. I expected the date to be awkward. I figured she'd...
Please, suspect found! Show me how! Get your hands in there! Get your hands in the fucking ass! I'm seeing now!
I was only 13, but I got accused of killing a classmate. I kept saying I didn't do it, but no one listened. SWAT broke down our door, slammed me to the floor like I was a threat, and dragged me into a cop car. I was frozen, no clue what was happening. Since I'm a minor, my parents were allowed to give me a lawyer, but when we got to the station, they panicked. We didn't know anyone, so we had to take the public defender. They told me I could choose someone to be with me. I paid my dad to sit through the questioning and stay for the blood test. He said yes, without even thinking. He stayed right next to me during the medical check, held my hand the whole time, like I disappeared if we let go. The lawyer told us we could say no to giving him my phone. We did. But when the cop said I had to strip for a search, my dad snapped. He tried to argue, tried to stop it. They just told him it was procedure. His jaw locked, his fist clenched. But in the end, they surrounded me. Under the bright light in that cold room, I had to take everything off. I was 13, and I looked like a ghost under that light. My dad's eyes broke. That was the first time I saw what real helplessness looked like. Finished the search and gave me clothes from the station. I hadn't even recovered from shame when the lawyer said, get ready, they're about to start. I forced myself to stay calm. I knew what to say and what not to, but the calmer I got, the more nervous my dad became. He kept glancing at me and then turned to the lawyer and whispered, what should I be doing right now? The lawyer didn't sugarcoat it. He said if the cops were allowed to break in and take my blood, then they must have had real evidence. That hit my dad like a gut punch. He believed I was innocent, but now I could see doubt on his face. He stopped looking at me, just sat down in the waiting room and said quietly, tell me what really happened. Before I could answer, an officer came in. It was time for official questioning. The victim was a girl in my English class. We barely spoke. But last night she left home at 8,000 Andy, and 2 hours later her body was found. The report said she was gone between 9,030 and 10,030. They said she had 7 wounds. Then they played the footage. It showed me following her. Then we had a struggle in a parking lot. In the video, you could clearly see me swinging something at her. It hit my dad hard. He couldn't sit still anymore, and I finally broke. I don't even know if I screamed. All I remember was the pain. Not physical pain, something deeper. Like my whole body was about to split open. They kept asking questions. I didn't say a word. Eventually, they gave up. They left me and my dad alone. He stared at me like he was looking at a stranger, or maybe trying to find his son again. He didn't want to believe I did it, but the footage frame by frame was tearing that belief apart. I saw how much it hurt him. It hurt me too, but I couldn't break again. I had to hold on, because deep down, I knew this case was far from over.
Police suspect found! Show me how to get
I was curious what life could look.
If kids made the movie rules, the chairs would all be slide. All scary scenes are replaced with tickle fights and puppies.
I have never beaten an escape room before, but let's see if I can do it with the help of a
unarmed versus jovial.
Yo, Dad, you think I can get $40 cash?
Yeah, for what? I'm sorry. So I think you forgot that you rolled in at 5:30 this morning. I was watching the Ring camera.
Okay.
So you're not getting another fucking dime. I'm taking away your fucking car keys.
So what are you gonna do about it?
I'm gonna take away your fucking car keys, and you're not getting any.
Wait,
give
Mom,
me
what's
my
the
credit
problem
card.
with him coming in at 5:30? We were just watching the sunset down the shore.
You want me to fucking believe that? Do you really want me to believe that?
Oh, we can't watch the sunrise?
That's beautiful, Damien, and all, but he's been rolling in at fucking 5:30, 6 o'clock every fucking morning with and without you.
And we got the Chick-fil-A breakfast meal.
They're open that fucking early?
Yeah, we like to get there first.
Why? But you're not. You're being punished, so stop.
Well, it's the fresh food.
Fucking fresh food.
Food is extra fresh in the morning.
Extra fresh in the morning because it's fucking so early in the morning.
Yeah.
Stop it.
How do you want that, egg?
I've been meaning to ask you, what's with that pocket on your shirt?
Oh, Jake's in here. Sup, Jake?
I've been meaning to ask you.
One of the most culturally significant moments that I think is way too overlooked is Lil Mabu's infamous Dee Dee hit him with a scream. I swear to God, as soon as that line was uttered in the
Wait, is this not just checkmates? Oh wait, no, he can escape. Oh yeah, we can take the rook. But can't I just... Wait, is this not...
A single bean dropped on the table, and I immediately stood up to apologize to my stepmother. My stepmother didn't say a word. She just tied up her hair. My little brother covered his ears and crouched in the corner while I suffered in the next room. I went to the police station and told the officer everything. The officer came home with me, and my stepmother pretended to be loving. She told the officer I was lying, and he believed her. After the officer left, I was punished. My stepmother told me to go to the room with her, and I felt hopeless. I didn't want to give up. My brother and I found the same officer from yesterday. He didn't quite understand our situation. When he raised his hand, I thought he was going to punish me, too. He took us to get burgers. I accidentally dropped some crumbs, which made my brother panic. He was scared the officer was just like my stepmother. But the officer wasn't mad at us. I thought he could save us. He gave my brother some money and a doll. The officer gave me his business card and left. My stepmother saw the business card, and my body started to tremble. She took a hair tie off her wrist, and I knew I was about to be punished again. I lay weakly on the floor, not understanding what I had done wrong. During class, I collapsed on the floor, and blood started flowing from my ears. The teacher called the police, and the officer rushed back. He finally understood what I was going through. He found my stepmother, but she sent him away. My brother took out the money the officer gave him, and we promised to get burgers tomorrow. But my stepmother suddenly appeared. She thought my brother had taken her money. He hid in the corner, scared. My brother passed away, and all hope was gone. I hated myself for not saving him. The officer also received the news. Because there was no evidence, the devil in front of me wasn't punished. She started punishing me again, but the boy outside called the police. I begged my stepmother to take me to the hospital, but she picked up a stool. The police officer finally arrived. He used a hammer to break the lock, and then pried the door open. Light shined on my face. He carried me on his back and left that place. I felt like I was saved. I took my stepmother to court. It turned out my brother's doll had a recording function, and the whole ordeal had been filmed. No one could bear to watch those videos. The evil one was punished in the end. A single being.
When did your parents' dumbest fear almost get them killed? My parents...
Can he catch? Can I throw one to him? Here, buddy. You know the HOA doesn't allow outdoor TVs, right? Can he catch? Can I throw one to him? Here, buddy. You know the HOA doesn't allow outdoor TVs, right? Can he catch? Can I throw one to him?
Just shooting everybody. Say goodbye. Y'all better not move a single step. And if you move a single step past this line, say goodbye. Hey, you should have never made that step. Yeah, make a line, 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 make a line. 2-file line, bro. 2-file line, bro. 2-file line, 2-file line. I don't want y'all moving an inch. Alright? What's good, friend? Wait. Say goodbye. Damn. Yo, what the?
God, I can't sleep.
You want me to give you head?
No. Give me a snack.
Are you sure eating a bunch of snacks gonna help you sleep?
Watch this, bitch. God, I can't sleep.
You want me to give you head?
No. Give me a snack.
Are you sure eating a bunch of snacks gonna help you sleep?
Watch this, bitch. God, I can't sleep.
You want me to give you head?
No. Give me a snack.
Are you sure eating a bunch of snacks gonna help you sleep?
Watch this, bitch. God, I can't sleep.
You want me to give you head?
What's your speed, Olsen?
It's 3.4.
Yeah, me too. I'm assuming you guys. Let's shave 0.3 off. Alright.
Oh, shit. Holy.
Yeah,
that's good. I really feel the difference.
Hey, so do I.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Break it up.
Come on, Ryan. Don't even kill you.
Well, right, one more thing.
Don't take the bait, Ryan.
I think your mama was giving out coupons for jobs on 42nd Street. Just thinking of taking her up on it. What do you think about that?
Second warning, number 19. Get up, Ryan. Get up, Ryan. Get up, Ryan.
Oh, God.
Oh,
God.
Get up.
Get up.
Get up. Warning, 19.
Get the f*** up! Hey!
What's your speed, Olsen?
It's 3.4.
Yeah, me too. I'm assuming you guys. Let's shave 0.3 off. Alright.
Oh, shit. Holy.
Yeah.
That's good. I really feel the difference.
Hey, so do I.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Break it up.
Come on, Ryan. Don't even kill you.
Well, right, one more thing.
Don't take the bait, Ryan.
I think your mama was giving out coupons for jobs on 42nd Street. Just thinking of taking her up on it. What do you think about that?
Second warning.
Meatball or tomato?
Class, when the femboy sitting next to me gets handsy and starts touching my thigh, I whisper to him, "What the heck are you doing, hecking stop?" He listens and obeys for a while until again he runs his hand up my thigh and starts feeling my junk. I stopped tolerating it that time and screamed, "Get the heck off me, weirdo," and pushed him so hard he went flying and hit the wall and said, "Hit me more, daddy." Everybody stopped what they were doing, including the teacher. Teacher thought it was my fault and sent both of us to the principal's office. I was furious. This gay kid assaulted me and somehow it was my fault? We were both walking to the principal's office when he came on to me and said, "I like a feisty boy," and he groped my ass and crotch at the same time, then pushed me against the wall